This is a modern translation of the personal reflections of Rome's philosopher-emperor. Originally recorded as a private journal, these reflections explore virtue, resilience, and self-discipline, ideas that remain as powerful today as they were nearly 2,000 years ago. The value of Marcus Aurelius's words lies not in the language of the past, but in the wisdom they carry. We prepared this translation to keep that wisdom clear and accessible, so it can serve as a guide for anyone seeking clarity and strength in everyday life. Narrated by Michael Stanton. Meditations by Marcus Aurelius. Book 1. From my grandfather Verus I learned to be good-natured and even-tempered. From my father's reputation and memory I learned to be modest and masculine. From my mother I learned to be reverent and generous, to avoid not only doing harm, but even thinking of causing it. She also taught me to live simply, far removed from the wealthy lifestyle. From my great-grandfather I learned not to attend public schools, but rather to have excellent private tutors at home, and to understand that this kind of education is worth investing in generously. From my tutor I learned not to take sides as a Praesian or Venetian fan, nor as a Palmularius or Scuterius supporter. He taught me to be hard-working yet content with little, to be self-reliant and mind my own business, and to be skeptical of gossip and slander. From Diognetus I learned to avoid pointless pursuits and to be skeptical of those who claim supernatural powers, who talk about spells, demon banishing, and similar things. He taught me not to get caught up in quail fighting or be obsessed with such entertainments. I learned to welcome frank discussion and to embrace philosophy. Through him I first heard Bacchius, then Tandasis and Marcianus. He encouraged me to write dialogues as a child, and inspired in me a desire for a simple cot and animal skin, all those aspects of a traditional Greek education. From Rusticus I learned to recognize the need to work on and improve my character. He taught me not to get caught up in showy philosophical debates or write theoretical treatises, give motivational speeches, or put on a show of being either deeply spiritual or extremely practical. I learned to step away from flowery rhetoric, poetry, and trying to be witty. He showed me there's no need to walk around the house in formal clothes or engage in similar pretensions. I learned to write letters simply and directly, like the one he wrote to my mother from Sinuessa. He taught me to be forgiving and open to reconciliation with those who have upset or wronged me, as soon as they show willingness to make amends. I learned to read thoroughly and carefully, not being satisfied with surface-level understanding, or quickly agreeing with those who talk around the main points. And through him I was introduced to Epictetus's writings, which he generously shared from his personal collection. From Apollonius I learned true freedom and unwavering certainty in decision-making, focusing solely on what reason dictates. I saw in him remarkable consistency, whether dealing with sharp physical pain, losing a child, or enduring long illnesses. He showed me through living example that it's possible to be both incredibly intense and completely relaxed. He never became frustrated when explaining things to others. I witnessed in him someone who clearly considered his expertise and skill in teaching philosophical principles to be the least of his good qualities. From him I learned how to gracefully accept favors from friends without being either overly indebted to them or dismissively ungrateful. From Sextus I learned kindness and the model of a household governed with fatherly care. He showed me what it means to live in harmony with nature and to be dignified without pretense. He taught me how to look after friends with genuine care and to be patient with those who lack knowledge while never looking down on them. He had the gift of getting along with everyone. His company was more pleasant than any flattery, yet he commanded the deepest respect in every moment. He had a systematic way of discovering and organizing life's essential principles. He never showed signs of anger or any other strong emotion. Instead, he combined remarkable calmness with the warmest affection. He spoke well of others without making a show of it, and carried his vast knowledge with humility. From Alexander the grammarian, I learned to avoid criticizing others and to refrain from correcting people rudely when they used improper expressions or mispronounced words. Instead, I learned to skillfully introduce the correct form naturally into the conversation, whether through a response, confirmation, or by discussing the topic itself rather than the word choice, or through some other subtle and graceful reminder. From Fronto, I learned to recognize the jealousy, deviousness, and pretense that come with tyrannical power. I also realized that those we call patricians among us tend to be somewhat lacking in natural affection. From Alexander the Platonist, I learned not to frequently make excuses about being too busy, whether in conversation or in letters, and not to constantly dodge my social obligations to friends by using work as an excuse. From Catullus, I learned never to dismiss a friend's complaint, even if they're being unreasonable, but instead to work on restoring the relationship to its normal state. I also learned to speak with genuine appreciation about my teachers, just like the stories told about Domitius and Athenodotus. And finally, I learned what true, authentic love for children looks like. From my brother Severus, I learned to cherish family, to love truth, and to pursue justice. Through him, I came to know about Thracia, Helvidius, Cato, Dion, and Brutus, and gained an understanding of what an ideal society could be, one based on equal rights and freedom of speech for all citizens, and a government that values nothing more than the liberty of its people. From him, I also learned consistency and steadiness in my appreciation of philosophy, along with a natural inclination to help others and share generously. He taught me to be optimistic and to trust in the love of friends. He was always transparent with those he criticized, and his friends never had to guess what he wanted or didn't want. He made everything clear. From Maximus, I learned true self-control and staying focused in every situation. He showed me how to maintain a positive attitude during both everyday challenges and illness. His personality was well-balanced, gentle, and dignified. He accomplished tasks without drama, and everyone trusted that his words matched his thoughts and his actions were always well-intentioned. He was remarkable for never being overly impressed or shocked by anything, never rushed or hesitant, never at a loss or gloomy, never putting on a fake smile, never angry or suspicious. He was generous, forgiving, and honest. He came across as naturally good rather than someone trying to improve himself. No one ever felt looked down upon by him, nor would anyone dare to think themselves his superior. And through it all, he maintained a wonderful sense of humor. From my father, I learned gentleness and unwavering patience in matters carefully considered, modesty regarding apparent honors, dedication and persistence, willingness to listen to those who could contribute something beneficial to society, fairness in giving everyone what they deserve, wisdom in knowing when to be firm and when to be lenient, putting an end to romantic affairs with young men, consideration for others, allowing friends the freedom to skip dining with him or traveling with him, while always remaining the same person toward those who had been absent due to obligations, thoroughly investigating matters in council meetings with persistence rather than giving up the search and settling for quick assumptions, loyalty to friends without being either fickle or obsessive, self-sufficiency in everything and cheerfulness, foresight in planning ahead and managing even small details without drama, discouraging excessive praise and flattery, always safeguarding what was necessary for leadership, managing resources wisely, and enduring criticism about such matters. Neither superstitious about the gods nor populist, ingratiating or crowd-pleasing with people, but instead level-headed, steady, and never tasteless or radical, using life's comforts, which fortune provided abundantly, without arrogance or excuses, enjoying them naturally when present, but not missing them when absent. No one could call him a sophist, a provincial, or a pedant, but rather a mature, complete, genuine man, capable of managing both his own affairs and those of others. Additionally, he respected true philosophers without reproaching or being easily swayed by others. He was sociable and gracious without excess. He took moderate care of his body, neither like someone obsessed with living nor for vanity nor negligently, but with enough personal attention to rarely need medical treatment, medicines, or external remedies. He generously acknowledged those with special abilities, such as in speaking or knowledge of laws, customs, or other matters, and helped them succeed in their particular strengths. While following traditions, he didn't make a show of preserving customs. He wasn't easily swayed or scattered, but stayed focused on places and tasks. After headache attacks, he would quickly return fresh and energetic to his usual work. He kept very few secrets, and those rarely, only about public matters. He showed wisdom and moderation in organizing spectacles, construction projects, public distributions, and similar things, like someone focused on what needed to be done rather than the glory that followed. He didn't bathe at odd hours, wasn't obsessed with building, didn't fuss about food, clothes weaving and colors, or physical beauty. His outfit from Lorium when coming up from the lower villa, his tunic mostly worn at Lanuvium. How he apologized to the cloak-bearer at Tusculum. This was typical of his way. There was nothing harsh, unyielding, or excessive about him. Nothing that would make anyone say, to the point of sweating. Instead, everything was clearly thought out, as if at leisure, calmly, orderly, strongly, and consistently. What was said about Socrates would apply to him, that he could both abstain from and enjoy those things that many people are too weak to resist and too indulgent to enjoy. Having the strength, endurance, and sobriety for both situations belongs to someone with a complete and unconquerable soul, as he showed during Maximus's illness. I am grateful to the gods for blessing me with wonderful grandparents, parents, a sister, teachers, relatives, and nearly all my friends. I'm thankful that I never seriously wronged any of them, even though I had tendencies that could have led me astray if circumstances had been different. By the gods' kindness, I was never put in situations that would have tested my character. I'm grateful that I wasn't raised too long by my grandfather's mistress, that I preserved my youth, and didn't mature too early but rather at the right time. I was fortunate to have been placed under the guidance of a ruler and father who helped remove any trace of arrogance in me. He showed me that it's possible to live at court without needing bodyguards, fancy clothes, decorative lamps, statues, or similar displays of wealth. He taught me that one can live almost like a private citizen, while still effectively handling important public responsibilities, without feeling diminished or less diligent. I'm thankful for having such a brother whose character inspired me to improve myself, while also bringing me joy through his respect and affection. I'm grateful that my children weren't born dull-witted or physically deformed. I'm glad I didn't progress too far in rhetoric, poetry, and other pursuits that might have consumed me had I found myself successful in them. I'm thankful for being able to give my tutors the positions they seemed to want, without delaying because they were young, thinking I'd do it later. I'm grateful for knowing Apollonius, Rusticus, and Maximus. I'm thankful for receiving clear and frequent insights about living according to nature, so that, as far as the gods and their inspiration, support, and guidance are concerned, nothing prevents me from living naturally now. Though I still fall short due to my own failings and not properly following the gods' reminders and teachings. I'm grateful that my body has endured such a lifestyle for so long, that I never touched Benedicta or Theodotus, and even later, when I experienced romantic passions, I recovered. That despite often being angry with Rusticus, I never did anything I would regret. That my mother, though destined to die young, lived with me in her final years. Whenever I wanted to help someone in need, I never heard that I lacked the means to do so, and I never found myself needing similar help from others. I'm thankful that my wife is so obedient, affectionate, and unpretentious, and that I found suitable tutors for my children. I'm grateful for receiving help through dreams, including remedies for coughing blood and dizziness, particularly in Caieta, as if through an oracle. When I became interested in philosophy, I'm thankful I didn't fall in with any sophists or get caught up in writing treatises, analyzing syllogisms, or studying celestial phenomena. All these blessings required the help of the gods and good fortune. Written among the Quadi on the river Granua. Book 2. Each morning tell yourself, today I'll encounter difficult people. The overly curious, the ungrateful, the aggressive, the manipulative, the envious, and the unsociable. They act this way because they don't understand what's truly good and bad in life. But I've come to understand that goodness is beautiful and evil is ugly. I also know that those who make mistakes are my relatives, not by blood or DNA, but because we share the same mind and divine spark. Therefore, none of them can harm me, since no one can force me to do what's wrong. I can't be angry with my relative or hate them either. We're all created to work together, just like feet, hands, eyelids, and the rows of upper and lower teeth. So, working against each other goes against nature, and getting upset and turning away from others is exactly that kind of resistance. What am I, really? I'm made up of a body, breath, and a mind that guides me. Let go of your books. No more chasing after knowledge. It's not meant to be. Instead, think like someone who's about to die. See your body for what it really is. Just blood and bones woven together. A network of nerves, veins, and arteries. Look at your breath, too. It's just air, constantly changing, breathed out and drawn back in every moment. Finally, there's the mind that guides you. Think about this. You're getting older now. Don't let your mind become a slave anymore. Don't let it be pulled around like a puppet by selfish impulses. And don't complain about your present situation or worry about what the future might bring. The works of the gods are full of providence. Even chance events flow from nature's patterns and the intricate weaving of divine governance. Everything stems from there, guided by necessity and what benefits the entire cosmos, of which you are a part. What's good for any piece of nature is whatever the whole of nature brings, and whatever preserves it. The universe maintains itself through changes, just as the elements transform and combine in different ways. Let these thoughts be enough for you. Let them be your guiding principles. Drop your endless thirst for more books, so you won't die grumbling, but instead, pass on with genuine peace and heartfelt gratitude to the gods. Remember how long you've been putting these things off, and how many chances the gods have given you that you haven't taken advantage of. It's time to finally understand what universe you're part of, and from what universal governor you emerged as a flowing stream. There's a time limit marked out for you, and if you don't use it to clear the clouds from your mind, it will be gone, and you'll be gone, and the chance won't come again. In every moment, strive to act with the strength of a Roman and the character of one who is truly mature. Approach each task with genuine dignity, kindness, openness, and fairness, while keeping your mind clear of all other distractions. You'll achieve this clarity when you treat each action as if it might be your last, free from randomness, emotional resistance to reason, pretense, self-centeredness, and discontent with your circumstances. Look how few principles you need to master to live a fulfilling and divine life. Even the gods themselves won't ask more of someone who upholds these values. Keep disrespecting yourself, soul. Soon you won't have the chance to honor yourself anymore. Each of us gets just one life, and yours is nearly over. Not because you respected yourself, but because you kept looking for happiness in other people's souls. Are you letting external distractions pull you off course? Take time to learn something valuable and stop drifting aimlessly. And watch out for another kind of wandering, too. Those who are worn out by life and lack a clear purpose end up wasting time even in their actions, with no guiding star to direct their impulses and thoughts. Nobody has ever been seen suffering because they don't pay attention to what's going on in someone else's mind. But those who don't pay attention to the movements of their own mind are bound to suffer. Always remember these essential truths. Understand the nature of the universe. Understand your own nature, and recognize how these two are connected. Know what role you play as a part of the whole, and remember, nothing can stop you from living and speaking in harmony with the natural law of which you are a part. Theophrastus makes a fascinating philosophical observation when comparing different types of wrongdoing. Speaking in general terms, he suggests that wrongs committed out of desire are more serious than those done in anger. Someone who acts in anger seems to turn away from reason with a kind of pain and hidden distress. But someone who does wrong out of desire, yielding to pleasure, appears somehow more unrestrained and weak in their misdeeds. He was right, and truly philosophical, in saying that wrongdoing done with pleasure deserves greater blame than wrongdoing done with pain. Generally speaking, the angry person seems more like someone who has first been wronged and was forced by pain to become angry, while the person acting from desire rushes straight into wrongdoing, carried along by their desires to take action. Live each day as if it could be your last, in your actions, words, and thoughts. And if we leave this world, what's there to fear if gods exist? They wouldn't let any harm come to you. And if there are no gods, or if they don't care about human affairs, then why would I want to live in a universe empty of divine presence or purpose? But no. The gods do exist, and they do care about humanity. They've given us the power to avoid true evils, and if anything else were genuinely harmful, they would have helped us avoid that too. After all, how can something that doesn't make a person worse make their life worse? Neither through ignorance nor through inability to prevent or correct these things would universal nature overlook them. It wouldn't make such a huge mistake either through inability or poor planning that good and bad things would happen randomly to both good and bad people. Yet death and life, fame and disgrace, pain and pleasure, wealth and poverty, all these things happen equally to good and bad people alike. They're neither honorable nor shameful, and therefore they're neither good nor bad. How quickly everything fades away, physical things dissolve into the universe, while memories of them disappear into time. Consider how temporary all sensory experiences are, especially those that tempt us with pleasure, frighten us with pain, or dazzle us with their reputation. See how cheap, worthless, messy, perishable, and lifeless they are when examined with real intelligence. Think about the people whose opinions and words create fame. What is death, really? If someone looks at it directly and breaks down all the images associated with it in their mind, they'll realize it's simply a natural process. And if someone fears a natural process, they're being childish. But death isn't just natural. It's actually beneficial to nature itself. Consider how humans connect with the divine, which part of themselves makes this connection, and what state that part needs to be in for this connection to happen. Nothing is more miserable than someone who goes around in circles, probing beneath the earth, as they say, and trying to guess what's in other people's minds, while failing to realize that it's enough to focus on their own inner spirit and genuinely care for it. Taking care of your inner spirit means keeping it free from emotional turmoil, aimless activity, and dissatisfaction with what comes from both gods and humans. Things from the gods deserve respect because of their excellence, while things from humans deserve friendship because we're all related. Sometimes these human things even deserve compassion because people don't know the difference between good and bad, and this blindness is no less severe than being unable to tell white from black. Whether you expect to live for 3,000 years or 30,000, remember that no one can lose any life other than the one they're living right now, and they can't live any life other than the one they're about to lose. So the longest life and the shortest life end up amounting to the same thing. The present moment is the same length for everyone, and what's lost is therefore equal, and what we're losing turns out to be just a brief instant. After all, no one can lose either the past or the future. How can anyone take away from you what you don't even have? So keep these two things in mind. First, that everything from the beginning of time follows the same patterns in an endless cycle, and it makes no difference whether you witness these same things for 100 years, 200 years, or forever. Second, that both the person who lives the longest and the one who dies youngest lose exactly the same thing. Because all anyone has is the present moment. That's all they can lose, if indeed they even have that, since you can't lose what you don't possess. Everything is a matter of perspective. What the cynic Monimus said is quite clear, and the usefulness of his insight is obvious, as long as you accept what rings true about it. Our human soul does the greatest harm to itself when it becomes, as far as it can, like a growth or tumor separated from the universal whole. When we get upset at anything that happens, we're actually breaking away from nature, which embraces the individual nature of every other thing as part of itself. Next, the soul harms itself when it turns away from another person or acts against them with harmful intent, like when people get angry. Third, it harms itself when it gives in to pleasure or pain. Fourth, when it puts on an act, doing or saying anything fake or dishonest. Fifth, when it lets its actions and impulses wander without aim, acting randomly and mindlessly, because even the smallest things should be done with a clear purpose in mind. For rational beings, that purpose is to follow the principles and laws of the most ancient community and government. Human life? Just a brief moment in time. Our very essence is like flowing water, our senses dim and unreliable, and our bodies? They're basically designed to break down. Our souls spin like a top, luck is impossible to predict, and reputation? That's just other people's random opinions. To put it simply, everything physical about us flows like a river, while our mental life is just dreams and smoke. Life itself is a constant battle, and we're all just temporary visitors here, with even our legacy fading into forgetting. So what can possibly guide us through all this? There's only one thing: philosophy. And that means keeping your inner spirit pure and unharmed, rising above pleasure and pain, never acting thoughtlessly or dishonestly, and not depending on what others may or may not do. It means accepting whatever happens as coming from the same source we came from. Above all, it means calmly awaiting death, seeing it as simply the natural separation of life's basic elements that make up every living thing. And if these elements themselves don't mind constantly changing into each other, why should anyone fear the transformation and dissolution of everything? It's completely natural, and nothing natural can be bad. Written at Carnuntum. We shouldn't just consider how each day uses up a bit more of our life, leaving us with less remaining. We should also think about this. Even if we live longer, it's uncertain whether our mind will stay sharp enough to truly understand things and to grasp both divine and human matters. If our mind starts to fail, we'll still be able to breathe, eat, imagine things, and follow our impulses. But we'll lose the ability to truly know ourselves, to carefully weigh our duties, to clearly analyze what's in front of us, and to thoughtfully consider whether it's time to end our journey. These things require a well-trained mind, and they fade first. So we need to hurry, not just because we're getting closer to death with each moment, but because our ability to understand and process life's experiences often disappears even sooner. Book 3. We should pay attention to how even the accidental effects of natural processes have their own charm and appeal. Take bread baking, for instance. Sometimes parts of it crack unexpectedly. These cracks, though they weren't part of the original plan for making bread, have their own special beauty and actually make us more excited to eat it. Similarly, when figs are perfectly ripe, they split open. And in olives that have fully ripened on the tree, it's the slight touch of decay that gives the fruit its unique beauty. Or consider how wheat stalks bend downward, how a lion's furrowed brow looks, or the foam dripping from a boar's mouth. These, and many other things, if you looked at them in isolation, might seem far from beautiful. Yet because they're natural outcomes, they enhance the overall picture and captivate us. So anyone who has a deep appreciation and understanding of everything happening in the universe will find something pleasing in almost every aspect of nature, even in its side effects. Such a person will enjoy seeing real wild animals yawning just as much as the imitations created by artists and sculptors. With wise eyes, they'll be able to spot a kind of beauty and grace in elderly men and women, and see the charm in children. Many things like this won't be obvious to everyone. They'll only be apparent to those who have developed a genuine connection with nature and its works. Hippocrates, who healed countless diseases, eventually fell ill and died himself. The Chaldeans predicted many deaths, but fate caught up with them too. Alexander, Pompey, and Gaius Caesar, who completely destroyed so many cities and cut down countless thousands of cavalry and infantry in battle, they too eventually departed from life. Heraclitus, who wrote so extensively about the universe burning up, died when his body filled with water covered in cow manure. Democritus was killed by lice, and Socrates was killed by a different kind of lice. What's the point of all this? You boarded, you sailed, you arrived at port. Now it's time to disembark. If you're heading to another life, the gods are there too. If you're heading into unconsciousness, you'll no longer have to deal with pain and pleasure, no longer serving a vessel far inferior to what serves it. For one is mind and spirit, while the other is mere earth and gore. Don't waste what remains of your life wondering about others, unless it serves some greater good for society. Otherwise, you're just cheating yourself of productive time. When you get caught up imagining what someone else is doing, why they're doing it, what they're saying, what they're thinking, what they're plotting, all these things pull you away from nurturing your own inner compass. You should avoid getting lost in a stream of random, pointless thoughts, and especially steer clear of being nosy or negative. Train yourself to think only about things that you could openly and honestly discuss if someone suddenly asked, "What's on your mind right now?" Your answer should immediately show that your thoughts are straightforward and kind, reflecting someone who cares about community and isn't caught up in pleasure-seeking fantasies, competitive urges, jealousy, suspicion, or anything else you'd be embarrassed to admit thinking about. A person like this, who isn't putting off living their best life, becomes like a priest and servant of the gods, in harmony with the divine presence within them. This inner presence keeps them free from pleasure's grip, untouched by pain, safe from any abuse, immune to evil, an athlete in life's greatest contest, never being knocked down by emotion. They are deeply rooted in justice, welcoming with their whole heart whatever happens and whatever is given to them. They rarely wonder what others are saying, doing, or thinking, unless it's truly important for the common good. They focus only on their own actions and remain mindful of their role in the greater scheme of things, doing their part excellently, while trusting that whatever comes their way is good. For each person's destiny both shapes them and is shaped by them. They remember that all rational beings are related, and that caring for all people is simply human nature. However, they seek approval not from everyone, but only from those who live in harmony with nature. As for those who live differently, they keep in mind how these people behave both at home and in public, day and night, and the company they keep. Therefore, they don't value praise from such people, who aren't even satisfied with themselves. Don't act without purpose, or isolate yourself from others, or make decisions without careful thought, or let yourself be pulled in different directions. Avoid being pretentious in your thinking, and don't try to impress with fancy words or get involved in too many things. Let the divine part within you guide you as a mature, dignified person, someone who embodies the qualities of a responsible citizen, a Roman, and a leader. Be like someone who's ready to answer life's final call without hesitation, not needing to swear oaths or requiring witnesses to verify your word. Stay cheerful and independent, not relying on external help or needing the kind of peace that others must provide. You should stand strong on your own, not needing others to prop you up. If you can find anything better in life than justice, truth, self-control, courage, and the peace of mind that comes from knowing you're living according to reason, both in your actions and in accepting what fate brings your way. If you can find anything better than this, then by all means, turn to it with all your heart and enjoy the best thing you've discovered. But if you find nothing greater than the divine spirit within you, the one that masters your impulses, examines your thoughts, frees you from being controlled by your senses, as Socrates used to say, submits itself to the gods, and looks after other people's well-being, if you find everything else smaller and less valuable than this, don't give space to anything else. Once you turn towards and lean into other things, you won't be able to focus completely on that special good that belongs uniquely to you. It's not right for anything different in nature. like praise from the crowd, positions of power, wealth, or physical pleasures, to compete with what's good for your rational and social self. These things might seem appealing for a moment, but they can suddenly take over and throw you off course. So I say to you, simply and freely choose what's better and stick with it. And what's better is what's truly beneficial. If it's beneficial to your rational nature, hold on to that. If it's beneficial to your animal nature, say so and keep your judgment humble. Just make sure you examine everything carefully. Never consider anything beneficial to yourself if it might one day force you to break your word, abandon your self-respect, hate someone, be suspicious, curse others, act fake, or desire anything that needs to be hidden behind walls and curtains. Anyone who chooses to follow their own mind, inner spirit, and the principles of virtue doesn't create drama in their life. They don't complain, and they don't need either solitude or crowds. Most importantly, they'll live without chasing after things or running away from them. Whether their soul stays in their body for a longer or shorter time doesn't concern them at all. Even when it's time to leave, they'll depart as gracefully as they would perform any other dignified and orderly action. Throughout their entire life, they're careful about only one thing, making sure their thoughts never become unworthy of a rational and social being. In a disciplined and purified mind, you won't find anything toxic, corrupted, or deceptive. Their life isn't cut short by fate before reaching completion, like an actor leaving the stage before finishing their performance. There's nothing servile about them, nothing artificial, nothing dependent, nothing disconnected, nothing evasive, and nothing hidden away. Honor your mind's power to form judgments. Everything depends on this, making sure your mind's perceptions stay in harmony with nature and align with what it means to be a rational being. This mindset brings steady judgment, genuine connection with others, and alignment with the divine order. Cast aside all other thoughts and hold on to these few essential truths. Especially remember that each of us truly lives only in the present moment, this tiny instant. The rest of our time has either already been lived or remains uncertain. Indeed, the time we each live is brief, and tiny is the corner of the earth where we dwell. Even the longest-lasting fame is fleeting, passed down through generations of little mortals who will soon die themselves, knowing neither their own true nature nor anything of those long dead. To the principles already mentioned, add one more. Always define or describe whatever mental image appears to you, so you can see it clearly for what it really is, stripped bare, examined from all angles, and broken down into its parts. Then tell yourself its proper name and the names of the elements that created it, and into which it will eventually dissolve. Nothing develops a greatness of mind quite like the ability to truthfully examine everything you encounter in life, and to always look at things in such a way that you consider what kind of purpose this serves in the universe, what value it has both to the whole and to human beings as citizens of the highest city, compared to which other cities are like mere households. Ask yourself, what is this thing? What is it made of? How long will this thing that's creating this impression in my mind right now naturally last? What virtue do I need to respond to it? Gentleness, courage, honesty, simplicity, self-reliance, or something else? So, in each case, you should say, this comes from God, that comes from the interweaving and interconnected spinning of fate and circumstance, and this other thing comes from a fellow human being who shares my nature and community, though they may not know what is truly natural to them. But I do know, and for that reason I treat them with kindness and justice according to the natural law of human fellowship, while at the same time aiming to give them their fair due in matters of indifference. If you focus on the present moment, following reason and truth, acting with purpose, strength, and kindness, without any distractions, and keep your inner spirit pure as if you might have to return it at any moment. If you can do all this without anxiously waiting or running away, but finding contentment in doing what nature intended, and speaking with heroic honesty, you will live well. No one has the power to stop you from doing this. Just as doctors keep their tools and instruments ready for unexpected treatments, you should keep your principles ready to understand both divine and human matters, and do everything, even the smallest task, mindful of how these two realms are connected to each other. For you won't succeed in any human endeavor without considering its relationship to the divine, nor the other way around. Stop fooling yourself. You're never going to read through your old notes or study the achievements of the ancient Romans and Greeks, or review those passages you saved from books for your retirement. So hurry up and get to the point. Let go of empty hopes and help yourself, if you care about your own well-being, while you still can. People don't realize how much meaning is packed into simple actions like stealing, planting seeds, buying things, finding peace, and seeing what needs to be done, which happens not through our physical eyes, but through a different kind of vision entirely. Body, soul, and mind. The body has sensations, the soul has impulses, and the mind has beliefs. Even animals can receive impressions through their senses. Being pulled around by impulses is something shared by wild beasts, gender-fluid people, Phalaris and Nero. Following reason's guidance toward what seems right is common even among those who don't believe in gods, those who abandon their homeland, and those who act however they please behind closed doors. Since all these traits are shared with the types I've mentioned, what makes a good person unique is this: they embrace and welcome whatever happens to them and whatever fate weaves for them. They don't let the divine spirit within their heart get muddied or disturbed by a crowd of thoughts. Instead, they keep it peaceful, following the divine order gracefully, never speaking against truth or acting against justice. Even if everyone doubts their simple, respectful, and cheerful way of life, they neither get angry at anyone nor stray from the path that leads to life's end. An end we must reach pure, calm, free, and naturally aligned with our destiny. Book 4. When our inner guiding force is in harmony with nature, it easily adapts to whatever life throws at us, readily shifting to work with what's possible and available. It doesn't get attached to any specific material or situation, but moves forward with purpose while remaining flexible. Like a bright fire that overtakes whatever falls into it, while a small flame would be snuffed out. It transforms these challenges into fuel, consuming them completely and growing even stronger because of them. Never act randomly or without purpose. Let each action align with the principles that perfect your craft. People seek retreats in the countryside, by the beach, or in the mountains, and you too often long for such escapes. But this is actually quite unsophisticated when you can at any moment retreat into yourself. Nowhere can a person find a more peaceful and trouble-free sanctuary than within their own mind, especially when they have ideas they can revisit to find immediate tranquility. By tranquility, I mean nothing more than inner harmony. So give yourself this retreat regularly and recharge yourself. The principles you need are few and basic, just a few thoughts that will immediately wash away all your distress and send you back ready to face what awaits you. What are you really frustrated about? Other people's bad behavior? Remember this truth: rational beings exist for each other. Patience is part of justice. People make mistakes unintentionally. Think of how many people who once fought, suspected, hated, and stabbed each other now lie in ashes and stop being troubled. Are you frustrated with what the universe assigns you? Review the alternatives, either Providence or atoms, and recall all the evidence that the world is like a city. Are physical discomforts still bothering you? Remember that the mind doesn't mix with the body's movements, whether gentle or rough, once it has retreated into itself and understood its own power. Remember, too, what you've learned about pain and pleasure. Is your reputation distracting you? Consider how quickly everything is forgotten. The chaos of infinite time stretching before and after, the emptiness of applause, the fickleness and poor judgment of those who seem to praise us, and the tiny region where all this circulates. The whole earth is just a point in space, and how small a corner of it is where we live. And here, how many people, and what kind of people, will praise you? So remember to retreat into your own little field of freedom. Above all, don't get worked up or stress yourself out. Be free, and look at things as a brave person would, as a human being, as a citizen, as a mortal creature. Among the truths you can quickly turn to, let these two be ready. First, that things can't touch your soul. They stay outside while disturbances come only from your inner judgment. And second, that everything you see will soon change and cease to exist. Constantly think about how many changes you've already witnessed. The world is transformation. Life is perception. If we share the power of reason and the logic that makes us rational beings, then we must also share the principles that guide our actions. And if we share these principles, we also share the same universal law. This means we're all citizens together participating in a common society, which suggests the whole world is like one great city. After all, what other political system could all of humanity possibly share? And isn't it from this universal city that we get our ability to think, reason, and understand law in the first place? Just as my physical body is made up of earth from the ground, moisture from water, breath from air, and warmth from fire, since nothing comes from nothing, just as nothing returns to nothing, our capacity for reason must also come from somewhere. Death is a natural mystery, just like birth, a combining of the same elements, and then a dissolving back into them. Really, there's nothing about it that anyone should feel ashamed of. It's perfectly in line with our nature as thinking beings and exactly what we're designed for. Such things naturally happen by necessity from people like that. Complaining about it is like wishing a fig tree wouldn't produce sap. Remember this above all. In an incredibly short time, both you and that person will be dead, and soon after, even your names will be forgotten. Remove the assumption of harm, and you remove the feeling of being harmed. Remove the feeling of being harmed, and the harm itself disappears. Whatever cannot make a person worse than they already are cannot make their life worse either. It can't harm them, whether from the outside or from within. The nature of what's beneficial is compelled to act this way. Everything that happens, happens justly, and if you observe carefully, you'll discover this truth. I'm not just talking about the natural sequence of events, but about true justice, as if everything is distributed by someone who gives exactly what is deserved. So keep observing as you've started, and whatever you do, do it with this in mind. Be good, in the genuine sense of what it means to be good. Hold on to this principle in everything you do. Don't accept how others judge you, whether from those who insult you or those trying to influence your self-image. Instead, see things as they truly are. Always maintain these two mindsets. First, be ready to take action only when reason and good judgment suggest it will benefit humanity. Second, be willing to change your mind when someone offers a correction that shifts you away from a mistaken belief. Just make sure any change in perspective is based on convincing evidence that it's either just or serves the common good. These should be your only guiding principles, not what feels pleasant or brings popularity. Do you have reason? Yes, I do. So why aren't you using it? When reason is doing its proper work, what more could you want? You emerged as a part of the whole. You will dissolve back into what created you, or rather, you'll be transformed and reintegrated into the creative force of the universe. Many grains of incense fall on the same altar, some sooner, some later, but the timing makes no difference. Within 10 days, the very same people who now see you as a beast and an ape will view you as divine. If you return to living by your principles and showing respect for reason. Don't live as if you'll be around for thousands of years. Death is already hanging over you, so while you're alive, while you still can, become a good person. Think about how much peace of mind you gain by not worrying about what others say, do, or think, and instead focusing only on making your own actions as righteous and honorable as possible. Like a good person, don't waste time looking around for drama. Just stay focused and run straight toward your goal without getting distracted. Those obsessed with their future reputation don't realize that everyone who remembers them will soon die themselves, followed by the next generation who takes their place, until all memory fades away through this chain of people remembering and forgetting. But let's imagine that those who remember you are immortal and their memory never dies. What difference would that make to you? And I'm not just talking about how praise means nothing to the dead. But what good is praise even to the living, except perhaps for some practical purpose? For now, you're missing the point about nature's gift, which relates to something else entirely. Everything that is beautiful in any way is beautiful in itself and complete in itself. Its worth doesn't depend on anyone's praise. After all, something that's praised doesn't become better or worse because of it. This applies even to things we commonly call beautiful, like material objects or crafted items, because what does true beauty need any more than justice needs it, or truth, or kindness, or dignity? Does any of these things become beautiful because of praise, or lose its value from criticism? Does an emerald become less precious if no one praises it? And what about gold, ivory, purple, a lyre, a knife, a flower, or a tree? If souls continue to exist, how does the air contain them all since the beginning of time? And how does the earth have room for all the bodies that have been buried for so many centuries? Just as bodies transform and dissolve after a while to make space for other dead bodies, souls that move into the air must also, after existing for some time, transform and disperse. They dissolve and are absorbed back into the universal creative force, making room for new souls to join them. This would be the answer if we assume souls continue to exist. But we should consider not only the vast number of bodies buried this way, but also all the animals eaten each day by humans and other creatures. Just think about how many are consumed and essentially buried within the bodies of those who eat them. Yet somehow, the earth accommodates them all through the process of turning them into blood, and through their transformation into air and fire. What's the true explanation for all this? It comes down to understanding the division between matter and cause. Don't let your mind wander aimlessly. Instead, make sure every action you take is guided by justice, and keep your perceptions clear and accurate. Everything that aligns with you, universe, is perfect for me too. Nothing is too early or too late if it's right in your timing. Everything your seasons bring forth is a gift to me, nature. From you all things come. In you all things exist, to you all things return. One may say, O beloved city of Cecrops, but shouldn't you rather say, O beloved city of Zeus? Do less, they say, if you want peace of mind. But isn't it better to focus on what's truly necessary, the actions that align with our nature as social beings, and to do them properly? This approach brings not only the satisfaction of doing things well, but also the peace that comes from doing less. Most of what we say and do isn't really necessary, and if we eliminate these non-essentials, we'll have more time and greater tranquility. That's why we should constantly ask ourselves, is this really necessary? And we shouldn't just cut out unnecessary actions. We should also eliminate unnecessary thoughts, because this naturally leads to fewer unnecessary actions. Try living like a good person, someone who accepts what the universe gives them while finding satisfaction in doing what's right and maintaining a kind attitude toward others. You've seen what has happened before, and now you see what's happening now. Don't get yourself worked up, just keep things simple. Someone makes a mistake, that's on them. Something happens to you? Good. Everything that happens was meant to be yours from the beginning of time, woven into your destiny. The bottom line is that life is short, so make the most of the present moment with wisdom and fairness. Stay relaxed while staying alert. The universe must be either a purposeful cosmos or a chaotic jumble. But clearly it's a cosmos, so how could there be order within you but disorder in the universe? And this when everything is so perfectly sorted, flowing together, and interconnected. Different types of character, the dark and gloomy, the overly emotional, the rigid and inflexible, the beast-like, the sheep-like follower, the childish, the foolish, the fake, the vulgar crowd-pleaser, the merchant-minded, and the tyrannical. If someone is a stranger to the world because they don't recognize what exists in it, they're equally a stranger if they don't recognize what's happening around them. Someone who runs from civic responsibility is an exile. Someone who closes their mind's eye is blind. Someone who needs others and can't find life's necessities within themselves is poor. Someone who breaks away and separates themselves from the universal nature because they're unhappy with what happens is a tumor in the world. For nature brings this about, just as it brought you about. Anyone who cuts their own soul off from the community of rational beings, which is one unified whole, is a fragment broken from society. One person practices philosophy without a shirt, another without books. Here's another fellow half naked who says, "I have no bread, but I stay true to reason. Well, I may not have the nourishment of formal education, but I too stay true to my principles." Love the craft you've learned and find peace in it. For the rest of your life, live as someone who has wholeheartedly entrusted everything to the gods, while never making yourself either a tyrant or a slave to anyone. Think about the times of Vespasian. You'll see people doing all the same things, getting married, raising children, falling sick, dying, waging wars, celebrating festivals, trading, farming, flattering others, acting arrogantly, being suspicious, plotting against each other, wishing death upon some, complaining about their circumstances, falling in love, hoarding wealth, and yearning for high offices and power. That way of life is now completely gone. Move forward to Trajan's time. Again, all the same things happening, and that life too has vanished. Similarly, look at other periods in history and entire nations, and see how many people, after striving intensely, soon fell and dissolved back into the basic elements. Especially remember those you personally knew who chased after pointless things, neglecting to act according to their true nature, to hold firmly to it, and to be content with it. It's essential to remember that attention to each action has its own value and proportion. This way, you won't get frustrated if you don't spend more time than appropriate on lesser matters. Words that were once common are now obscure relics. Similarly, the names of those once celebrated are now like ancient artifacts: Camillus, Caeso, Volessus, Dentatus, and gradually even Scipio and Cato, then Augustus, and later Hadrian and Antonius. Everything fades into legend quickly, and complete forgetfulness soon buries it all. I'm talking about those who shone incredibly bright. The rest vanish into thin air the moment they take their last breath, unheard of and unknown. Besides, what does being remembered forever really mean? It's completely meaningless. So what's actually worth dedicating ourselves to? Just this: honest thinking, actions that benefit others, words that never deceive, and an attitude that welcomes whatever happens as necessary, familiar, and flowing from the same origin and source. Willingly surrender yourself to Clotho, allowing her to weave your thread into whatever pattern she desires. Everything is fleeting, both the one who remembers and what is remembered. Take time to observe how everything is constantly changing, and train yourself to understand that nature's greatest joy is transforming what exists into something new and similar. In a way, everything that exists is a seed for what will come from it, though most people only think of seeds as things planted in soil or wombs, which is quite narrow-minded. You will die soon, yet you still haven't become sincere, found inner peace, stopped worrying about external threats, learned to be kind to everyone, or realize that wisdom lies solely in doing what's right. Look closely at what drives influential people and those considered wise. Observe what they run away from and what they chase after. Your misfortune cannot exist in someone else's mind, nor in any change or transformation of your surroundings. So where does it exist? In your thoughts and judgments about what's bad. Stop believing these thoughts, and everything will be fine. Even if your body, the thing closest to your mind, is cut, burned, infected, or decaying, let the part of you that forms judgments about these things remain peaceful. In other words, Decide that nothing is truly good or bad if it can happen equally to both good and bad people. Whatever happens equally to someone living in harmony with nature and someone living against it is neither natural nor unnatural. Keep in mind how the universe is like one living being with a single essence and soul. Notice how everything feeds into one unified experience, how all actions flow from a single impulse, and how every event is interconnected with every other, all woven together in an amazing tapestry of cause and effect. You are a soul carrying around a corpse, as Epictetus used to say. Nothing is harmful to things as they change, just as nothing is beneficial to things that come into being through change. Time is like a rushing river, a powerful current of events. Everything is glimpsed for just a moment before being swept away, only to be replaced by something new, and so it will continue forever. Everything that happens is as natural and familiar as roses blooming in spring or fruit ripening in summer. The same goes for illness, death, slander, betrayal, and all those things that either delight or distress foolish people. What happens next flows naturally from what came before. This isn't just a mechanical sequence of disconnected events forced together, but rather a meaningful connection. Just as everything in the universe is harmoniously arranged, the way things unfold reveals not just a simple succession, but an amazing interconnectedness. Always remember Heraclitus's wisdom. Earth transforms into water when it dies, water transforms into air when it dies, air transforms into fire, and then the cycle reverses. And remember those who forget where the path leads them. People often clash with the very thing they interact with constantly, the universal law that governs everything. The things they encounter every day seem strange to them. We shouldn't act and speak as if we're sleepwalking through life, even though that's exactly what we seem to be doing. And we shouldn't just blindly accept things like children accepting their parents' words. That is, simply following what we've been taught without understanding. Imagine if one of the gods told you that you'll die tomorrow or at the very latest the day after. You wouldn't really care much whether it was tomorrow or the next day, unless you're completely lacking in courage. After all, what difference does a day make? In the same way, don't think it matters much whether you die many years from now or tomorrow. Think about how many doctors have died after furrowing their brows with concern over their patients. How many mathematicians who predicted others' deaths as if it were some great insight. How many philosophers who wrote endless arguments about death and immortality. How many great warriors who killed countless others. How many tyrants who wielded power over lives with terrible arrogance, as if they were immortal themselves. How many entire cities have, so to speak, died? Helike, Pompeii, Herculaneum, and countless others. Consider also all those you've known, one after another. One person buries another, then is laid to rest themselves, and another buries them, all in such a short time. The key is to see human affairs for what they are, temporary and insignificant. Yesterday a mere embryo, tomorrow just ashes or dust. So pass through this tiny moment of time naturally, and end your journey with grace, like a ripe olive falling, praising the earth that bore it, and grateful to the tree that gave it life. Be like a rocky cliff against which the waves continuously crash. It stands firm while the chaotic waters fall calm around it. How unlucky I am that this happened to me. Actually, you're lucky. Despite what happened, you remain unharmed, neither crushed by the present nor fearful of the future. Something like this could have happened to anyone, but not everyone would have emerged unscathed. So why call it bad luck rather than good fortune? Do you really think something is a misfortune for a person if it doesn't go against human nature? And do you believe anything that aligns with nature's will could truly be a failure of human nature? Well then, you've learned nature's will, haven't you? Does this situation prevent you from being just, courageous, wise, self-controlled, rational, honest, modest, free, or from having all those other qualities that allow human nature to fulfill its purpose? Remember this principle when anything starts to trouble you. It's not the event itself that's unfortunate, but handling it with strength and grace that's fortunate. Here's a simple yet powerful way to overcome your fear of death. Think about those who desperately clung to life for as long as they could. What did they gain over those who died young? Eventually, they all lie somewhere now. Cadicianus, Fabius, Julianus, Lepidus, and others like them, who carried many to their graves before being carried there themselves. Our time here is brief, and we spend it with all sorts of people, dealing with all kinds of troubles, trapped in these fragile bodies. So don't treat it like such a big deal. Just look at the endless void of time behind you and the infinite expanse ahead. In this vast context, what's really the difference between living 3 days or 3 generations? Always take the direct path. It's the natural way. Say and do what's most authentic and true. This approach frees you from exhaustion, struggle, complicated planning, and any need to put on airs. Book 5. When you find yourself reluctant to get out of bed in the morning, remember this: I'm waking up to do what I was born to do as a human being. Why should I complain about doing exactly what I was created for, the very purpose I was brought into this world? Or was I made just to lie in bed, keeping myself warm under the covers? But this feels so much better, you might say. Were you born just for pleasure? Weren't you born for action and effort rather than passive comfort? Look at how nature works. The plants, the little birds, the ants, the spiders, and the bees. They all do their part, each contributing to the harmony of their world. So why won't you do your human part? Why aren't you eager to do what nature designed you for? But we need rest too, you might say. Of course we do, I agree. Nature has given us proper measures for rest, just as it has for eating and drinking. Yet in these pleasures you go beyond what's necessary, while in your actions you stay far below what you're capable of. This shows you don't truly love yourself. If you did, you would love your nature and what it wants from you. Look at people who love their craft. They work themselves to exhaustion, forgetting to eat or bathe, completely absorbed in their work. Yet you value your own nature less than a sculptor values sculpting, a dancer values dancing, a money lover values wealth, or a fame seeker values recognition. When these people are passionate about something, they'd rather skip meals and sleep to advance whatever drives them. But to you, acts that benefit society seem less important and unworthy of such dedication? How easy it is to dismiss and erase any troubling or unwelcome thought from your mind and immediately find complete peace. Consider yourself worthy of every word and action that aligns with nature, and don't let yourself be distracted by other people's criticism or comments. If something is good to do or say, don't undervalue yourself. Remember, others have their own mindset and follow their own impulses. Don't worry about that. Instead, keep moving forward on your direct path, following both your personal nature and our shared universal nature, since these two paths are actually one and the same. I walk along the path of nature until the day I rest in peace, exhaling my last breath to the air from which I've drawn life each day. I will return to the earth, the same earth from which my father gathered the seed of life, my mother drew blood, and my nurse drew milk. This is the earth that has nourished and sustained me every day for so many years, that carries me as I walk upon it, and that I use in countless ways. Others may not admire your quick wit, fair enough, but there are many other qualities you can cultivate. Rather than making excuses about what doesn't come naturally, focus on the virtues that are completely within your control, being genuine, carrying yourself with dignity, embracing hard work, avoiding excess pleasure, staying content with your lot, living simply, showing kindness, maintaining independence, avoiding unnecessary complications, speaking purposefully, and acting with greatness of spirit. Don't you realize how many valuable qualities you could already be displaying, where you can't use lack of talent or inability as an excuse, yet you deliberately remain below your potential? Does some natural deficiency force you to complain, be stingy, flatter others, blame your body, try to please everyone, show off, and let your mind be tossed around by all these things? No, by the gods. You could have freed yourself from these habits long ago. At most, you might be criticized for being somewhat slow to learn and understand. And even this you can work on, without getting discouraged or finding comfort in laziness. Some people are quick to claim credit when they do something helpful for others and expect immediate gratitude. Others aren't so quick to demand recognition, but they still keep a mental record of their good deeds, like a debt owed to them. Then there are those who don't even think about what they've done. They're like a grapevine that simply produces grapes without asking for anything in return after bearing its fruit. A horse runs, a dog tracks, a bee makes honey, and in the same way, a person should do good and move on to the next thing, just as a vine prepares to produce more grapes in the next season. Should we be among those who act without expecting recognition? Yes, but there's a catch. We should be aware of this choice. After all, they say it's characteristic of a social being to know they're acting for the community's benefit, and certainly to want others to recognize this too. What you're saying is true, but you're misunderstanding the current point. If you continue thinking this way, you'll end up like those I mentioned earlier, led astray by seemingly logical arguments. But if you truly want to understand what's being said here, don't worry. This awareness won't prevent you from performing acts that benefit society. Prayer of the Athenians. Rain, rain, dear Zeus, upon the farmlands of the Athenians and their plains. Indeed, one should either not pray at all or pray in such a simple and honest way. When a doctor prescribes horseback riding, cold showers, or going barefoot for someone's health, it's similar to how universal nature prescribes illness, disability, loss, or other such challenges. In both cases, prescribes means the same thing. Something is assigned as appropriate for healing. Similarly, whatever happens to each of us is somehow arranged to align with our destiny. We can say these things happen to fit together, just as craftsmen say square stones fit together in walls or pyramids, joining with each other in a specific arrangement. There is, after all, one grand harmony. Just as the universe forms a complete body from all individual bodies, destiny forms a complete cause from all individual causes. Even completely ordinary people understand what I'm saying. They often say this was meant for them. So if it was meant for them, it was destined for them and prescribed for them. Let's accept these things just as we accept what a doctor prescribes. Sure, medical treatments can be unpleasant, but we welcome them, hoping to get better. Think of the accomplishment of what universal nature intends as something similar to your own health. Welcome everything that happens, even if it seems harsh, because it leads you toward the health of the universe and the success of Zeus's plan. This wouldn't happen to anyone unless it benefited the whole. No natural force brings about anything unsuitable for what it governs. So you should embrace whatever happens to you for two reasons. First, because it happened to you, was prescribed for you, and was somehow meant for you, woven into your destiny from the most ancient causes. Second, because it contributes to the success, completion, and indeed the very continuation of what governs everything. The whole becomes incomplete if you break even the smallest connection in the fabric, whether between parts or between causes. And you do break it as much as you can when you complain, and in a way, you try to destroy it. Don't get frustrated or give up when you struggle to consistently act according to your principles. If you get knocked off track, simply return to them and be grateful that you can behave humanely most of the time. Love this practice you're returning to, and don't approach philosophy like it's a strict teacher. Instead, think of it like someone with sore eyes reaches for a soothing compress or egg white. Like others seek healing balms and refreshing baths. This way you won't make a show of following reason, but will find genuine rest in it. Remember that philosophy only wants what your true nature wants. You were the one who wanted something different, something unnatural. What could be more pleasant than following your nature? Isn't pleasure itself deceptive for this very reason? But consider what could be more pleasant than greatness of spirit, freedom, simplicity, kindness, and purity. And what could be more pleasant than wisdom itself, when you think about the smooth, unfaltering flow of understanding and knowledge it brings? Reality is so deeply hidden that many philosophers, and not minor ones, have concluded it's completely incomprehensible. Even the Stoics admit it's hard to grasp. All our beliefs are subject to change. After all, where can you find anything unchangeable? So turn your attention to the actual things around you. They're short-lived, ordinary, and could just as easily belong to a scoundrel, a sex worker, or a thief. Next, consider the personalities of the people you live with. It's hard enough to put up with even the most pleasant among them, let alone yourself. In such darkness and chaos with everything, substance, time, motion, and moving things, in constant flux, I can't imagine what could possibly be worth valuing or taking seriously. Instead, you should comfort yourself by calmly awaiting nature's release, not getting frustrated with life's delays, and finding peace in just two things. First, that nothing will happen to me that isn't in harmony with nature's plan. And second, that I'm free to do nothing against my inner divine guide. No one can force me to disobey it. How am I using my mind right now? I should ask myself this question constantly and examine what's currently going on in that part of me they call the ruling center. What kind of mindset do I have right now? Am I thinking like a child, like a teenager, like someone small-minded, like a tyrant, like cattle, like a wild animal? Want to understand what most people consider good? Here's a way to think about it. If someone were to imagine truly good things, like wisdom, self-control, justice, and courage, they wouldn't be able to make sense of the phrase overwhelmed by good things, because it just wouldn't fit. But if someone thinks about what the masses consider good, they'll instantly understand and readily accept the comedian's joke as perfectly fitting. This is exactly how most people see the difference. They wouldn't be offended or reject this phrase when it comes to wealth and the lucky breaks that bring luxury or fame, but instead accept it as clever and appropriate. So go ahead and ask yourself, should we really value and consider as good those things which, when imagined beforehand, make it perfectly fitting to say that their owner, because of their abundance, has nowhere left to relieve themselves? I am made up of both cause and matter, and neither of these will disappear into nothingness, just as they didn't emerge from nothingness. So every part of me will be transformed into some part of the universe, and then that part will change into another part of the universe, and this will continue endlessly. Through this same process of transformation, I came to be, as did my parents, and if we trace it back, it goes on infinitely. There's no reason we can't say this, even if the universe operates in finite cycles. Reason and logical thinking are self-sufficient powers that accomplish their own work. They begin from their natural starting point and progress toward their intended goal, which is why we call such actions successes, reflecting the straightforward path they follow. None of these things should be called essential to a person if they don't naturally belong to them as a human being. These aren't human requirements, nor are they promised by human nature, nor are they markers of human perfection. Therefore, a person's ultimate purpose isn't found in these things, nor is goodness, which completes that purpose, found in them either. If any of these things were truly essential to being human, then looking beyond them or rising above them wouldn't be praiseworthy, and we wouldn't admire those who show themselves independent of these things. Someone who lessens their attachment to any of these wouldn't be considered good if these things were truly good. But as things stand now, the more someone reduces their dependence on these or similar things, or calmly accepts when these things are taken away, the better they become. Your mind becomes what you consistently imagine. Your thoughts are shaped by the images you dwell on. So fill your mind with positive thoughts like these. Wherever life is possible, living well is possible too. You can live at court? Then you can live well at court. Or consider this. Everything moves naturally toward its intended purpose, and in that purpose lies its ultimate goal. Where the goal is, There you'll find what's truly beneficial and good for each thing. For rational beings like us, that good is found in community and connection with others. It's clear we were made for cooperation. Hasn't it always been obvious that lesser things exist for greater ones, and greater things support each other? Living things are greater than lifeless ones, and rational beings are the greatest of all. It's crazy to chase impossible things, and it's impossible to stop flawed people from acting in flawed ways. Nothing happens to anyone that they aren't naturally equipped to handle. When others face these same challenges, they either don't realize what's happening, or they show inner strength and remain steady and unharmed. How strange that ignorance and people-pleasing can be more powerful than wisdom. External circumstances cannot touch your soul at all. They have no way to enter your soul, or to move or change it. Your soul alone changes and moves itself. Whatever judgments it chooses to make, those shape how it experiences the world around it. In one sense, other people are our closest companions, as we should treat them well and be patient with them. But when some people get in the way of our essential work, they become just another neutral factor to me, no different from the sun, wind, or wild animals. While these things might block certain actions, they can't stop our inner drive and mindset, thanks to our ability to adapt and redirect. Our mind can take any obstacle to action and turn it into an opportunity for growth. What seems to block our path actually becomes a stepping stone, and what appears to hold us back from our journey ends up showing us a better way forward. Honor what is most excellent in the universe, that which uses all things and guides everything. Similarly, honor what is most excellent within yourself, the part that shares its nature with the universal force. In your case, too, this is what uses everything else, and this is what directs your life. What doesn't harm the community can't harm its members. Whenever you feel like you've been wronged, apply this principle. If the community isn't harmed by this, then I haven't been harmed either. But if the community is being harmed, don't get angry at the person causing the harm. Instead, kindly show them what they're overlooking. Often reflect on how quickly all things are swept away, both what exists and what comes into being. Reality flows like a river in constant motion. Everything we do keeps changing, causes shift in countless ways, and almost nothing stands still, even for a moment. And then there's the vast emptiness of past and future time, where everything eventually disappears. So isn't it foolish for anyone to get puffed up with pride or worked up, or to complain as if their troubles were going to last forever? Remember how tiny your part is in the vast fabric of existence, how brief your moment is in the endless flow of time, and what a small fragment you are in the grand scheme of destiny. Someone wrongs me? That's their business. They have their own mindset and make their own choices. As for me, I choose to stay aligned with nature's plan in this moment, and I act exactly as my true self guides me to. Let the commanding and sovereign part of your soul remain unmoved by pleasant or harsh sensations in your body. Don't let it blend with them. Instead, let it define its own boundaries and limit those feelings to the body parts where they belong. When these sensations naturally rise into your consciousness through the body's interconnected nature, don't try to fight against the physical sensation itself, since it's natural. However, your mind's ruling center shouldn't add its own judgments about whether these feelings are good or bad. To live in harmony with the gods means consistently showing them a soul that is both content with what life brings and actively doing what the divine spirit intends, that guardian and guide that Zeus has given to each of us as a fragment of himself. This divine spirit is simply our individual mind and reason. Don't get angry at someone with bad body odor or bad breath. What can they do about it? They have that kind of mouth, those kinds of armpits. It's inevitable that such odors will come from them. But, you might say, people have reason and can figure out what they're doing wrong. Well, good for you. You also have reason. So use your rational mind to influence their rational mind. Show them, remind them. If they listen, you'll help them, and there's no need for anger. neither a drama queen nor a sellout. Live here as if you were already living the life you plan to live after leaving. And if they won't let you, then it's time to depart from life. But do so without feeling like you're being harmed. If there's smoke, I simply leave. What's the big deal? As long as nothing this serious drives me out, I stay, free, and no one will stop me from doing what I want. And what I want is to live according to my nature as a rational and social being. The universal mind values community and connection. Look at how it created lesser things to serve greater ones, and perfectly aligned the greater things with each other. See how it arranged everything in proper order, brought things together in harmony, gave each thing its rightful place, and united the most powerful forces in perfect agreement with one another. Take a moment to reflect on how you've treated the gods, your parents, siblings, spouse, children, teachers, mentors, friends, family members, and household staff. Have you lived up to the principle of doing no wrong and speaking no harsh words to any of them? Think back on all the experiences you've been through and the challenges you've managed to overcome. Your life story is already rich with meaning, and you've fulfilled many important responsibilities. Consider how many beautiful things you've witnessed, how many pleasures and pains you've risen above, how many prestigious opportunities you've passed by, and how many ungrateful people you've shown kindness to despite their attitude. Why do unskilled and ignorant souls confuse what is skillful and knowledgeable? So what kind of soul is skillful and knowledgeable? The one that understands beginning and end, and the reason that flows through all of existence, and which governs everything throughout all time according to fixed cycles. Soon you'll be nothing but ashes or bones, maybe just a name, or not even that. And what's a name anyway? Just a sound, an echo. The things we value so much in life are empty and hollow, like little dogs snapping at each other, like quarreling children who laugh one moment and cry the next. Meanwhile, trust, respect, justice, and truth have fled from our wide earth up to Olympus. So what's keeping you here? The things we can sense are always changing and unstable. Our senses themselves are dim and easily fooled. Our spirit is just a vapor rising from blood, and seeking approval from such people is pointless. So what should you do? Wait peacefully for either the end or your transformation. Until that time comes, what matters? What else but to honor the gods, speak well of them, do good to others, be patient with them, and keep your distance when needed. And remember, anything within the bounds of your flesh and breath isn't truly yours or under your control. You can always maintain your flow if you stay on the right path, and if you think and act in alignment with that path. There are two qualities shared by the soul of God, humans, and all rational beings. First, that no external force can hold them back, and second, that they find their happiness in maintaining a just mindset and taking righteous action. This is where their desires find their ultimate fulfillment. If something isn't my fault or the result of my own wrongdoing, and it doesn't harm the community, why should I get worked up about it? And really, how does it actually hurt the community? Don't let yourself get completely carried away by your initial impressions. Help others as much as you can and as they deserve, even if it means settling for less important things. But don't imagine this as a loss. That's just a bad habit. It's like that old man who, when leaving, asked for his foster child's toy, remembering it was just a toy. Apply the same thinking here. When you're making a scene in public, remember, hey, have you forgotten what these things really are? Yes, but these things matter so much to people. Does that mean you have to act foolishly too? Wherever I find myself, I can be a fortunate person. And being fortunate means choosing a good path for yourself. Good paths come from positive changes in your mindset, good intentions, and good actions. Book 6. The fundamental nature of the universe is adaptable and responsive, and the reason that governs it contains no trace of malice. It has no evil within it, does no wrong, and nothing is harmed by it. Everything happens and unfolds according to its guidance. It doesn't matter whether you're shivering cold or burning hot while doing what needs to be done. It doesn't matter if you're drowsy or well-rested, if people speak badly of you or praise you, or if you're dying or doing something else entirely. After all, dying is just one more act in life's performance. So for this too, it's enough to handle the present moment well. Look within yourself. Never let the true nature or value of anything slip past your awareness. Everything we encounter changes incredibly fast. It either evaporates into thin air, if it's made of one substance, or scatters into separate pieces. The guiding reason knows exactly what it's doing, how it works, and what materials it's working with. The best way to defend yourself is to avoid becoming like your attacker. Find joy and peace in this, moving from one act of service to another while keeping God in your thoughts. The commanding faculty of your mind has a remarkable power. It can awaken itself, change its direction, and shape itself however it wishes. What's more, it can transform how you perceive every event that happens to you, making you see things exactly as it chooses. Everything unfolds according to nature's universal plan. There's no other nature, not one that surrounds us from the outside, exists within us, or operates separately from us. Life is either chaos, entanglement, and dispersal, or unity, order, and purpose. If it's the former, why would I want to spend time in such a random mixture and confusion? Why should I care about anything except how to return to dust? Why should I even be troubled? Because no matter what I do, dispersal will come for me eventually. But if it's the latter, then I can respect the process, find my balance, and trust in the power that guides everything. When circumstances force you to feel unsettled, quickly return to your center and don't let yourself fall out of rhythm more than necessary. You'll maintain better harmony by consistently coming back to this balanced state. Imagine having both a stepmother and a mother. You'd care for your stepmother while naturally gravitating back to your mother time and again. That's exactly how it is now with the court and philosophy. Return often to philosophy and find your rest there. Through philosophy, life at court becomes bearable, and you become bearable within it. Consider how we might view our food differently. That expensive fish dish is really just a dead fish, that gourmet poultry is simply a dead bird, and that pork dish is a dead pig. Think about how that fancy Falernian wine is just fermented grape juice, and that prestigious purple-bordered robe is merely sheep's wool dipped in shellfish blood. Even sexual intercourse, when you strip away the glamour, is just the rubbing of internal organs and a spasmodic release of fluid. These are the kinds of honest observations that cut through to the reality of things, seeing them exactly as they are. We should apply this clear-sighted approach throughout our lives. Whenever things appear particularly impressive, we should strip away their facade, see through their superficial value, and remove the prestigious reputation they've acquired. Self-importance is a masterful deceiver. Precisely when you think you're engaging with something truly significant, that's when you're most thoroughly fooled. Just look at what Crates said about Xenocrates himself. Most things that people admire fall into a few basic categories. First, there are things held together by their natural state or condition, like stones, wood, fig trees, grapevines, and olive trees. Then, slightly more discerning people value things guided by instinct, like flocks and herds. Those with even better taste value things guided by rational intelligence, though not universal intelligence, but rather specialized skills, technical expertise, or simply the ownership of many servants. However, someone who values universal and civic-minded rational intelligence no longer cares about any of these other things. Above all else, such a person maintains their own soul in a state of reason and social awareness, while helping others of the same kind do the same. Some things rush to come into being, while others rush to cease existing. Even as something is emerging, part of it is already faded away. The universe is constantly renewed through flows and transformations, just as time's continuous movement makes every moment fresh and new. In this rushing river of existence, how can anyone place special value on any passing thing when nothing stands still? It's like trying to form an attachment to a small bird flying past. Before you know it, it's gone from sight. This is exactly what each person's life is like. It's just like drawing in blood to form vapor, or breathing in air. Taking one breath and releasing it, something we do constantly, is really no different from giving back all our breathing capacity, which we first received at birth just yesterday or the day before, returning it to the source from which we first drew it. Neither breathing like plants, nor respiration like cattle and wild animals, nor forming impressions, nor being pulled by impulses like a puppet, nor living in herds, nor eating is truly valuable, since that's basically the same as eliminating waste after eating. So what is valuable then? Getting applause? No. And therefore not getting praised by tongues either, for popular acclaim is just tongue-wagging. So you've let go of the desire for glory too. What valuable thing remains? I believe it's moving and conducting yourself according to your true nature. This is what all care and skill aim at. Every art and craft pursues this goal, that whatever is created should be well suited for its intended purpose. The gardener tending vines, the horse trainer, and the dog trainer all seek this same thing. And what do education and teaching strive for? This is where true value lies, and if you get this right, you won't need to chase after anything else. Will you ever stop valuing many other things? If not, you'll never be free, self-sufficient, or at peace. You'll inevitably feel jealousy, envy, and suspicion toward those who could take away what you value, and plot against those who have what you prize. Someone who lacks any of these things must be completely disturbed, and on top of that, they'll often blame the gods. But respect for your own mind and self-worth will make you content with yourself, harmonious with others, and in agreement with the gods, meaning you'll appreciate everything they distribute and arrange. The elements move up, down, and in circles, but virtue's path follows none of these patterns. It advances along a more divine course that's hard to grasp, yet always finds its way forward. Isn't it strange how people behave? They refuse to speak well of those living in their own time, their own contemporaries, yet they deeply value being praised by future generations, people they've never seen and never will see. This is almost like being upset that people from previous generations didn't sing your praises. Don't assume something is impossible for all people just because you find it challenging. Instead, if something is possible for any human being, consider it achievable for yourself too. In the gym, someone might scratch you with their nails or bump their head against yours, causing an injury. But we don't make a big deal about it, hold a grudge, or later view that person with suspicion, as if they were plotting against us. Sure, we stay alert around them, but not because we see them as an enemy or view them with distrust. We just maintain a friendly distance. We should approach other aspects of life the same way. Let's not take too seriously the actions of people who are, in a way, just practicing alongside us. As I said, it's possible to keep your distance without being suspicious or hostile. If anyone can prove to me I'm thinking or acting incorrectly, I'll gladly change my ways. I'm simply searching for truth, which has never harmed anyone. The real harm comes to those who hold on to their own mistakes and ignorance. I focus on doing my part while staying free from distractions. After all, the things that might distract me are either lifeless objects, creatures without reason, or people who have lost their way and don't know where they're going. Deal confidently and generously with animals, objects, and circumstances that lack the power of reason. After all, you possess reason while they don't. With your fellow humans who do share the gift of reason, interact with a spirit of partnership. In all things, seek divine guidance. And don't worry about how long these practices might take. Even 3 hours spent this way can be truly meaningful. Alexander of Macedon and his mule handler ended up in exactly the same place after death. They were either absorbed back into the universal creative forces or scattered equally into atoms. Think about how many things, both physical and mental, happen simultaneously within each of us in a single instant. Once you realize this, you won't be surprised that infinitely more things, actually everything that exists, occur simultaneously in the unified whole we call the cosmos. If someone asks you how to spell Antoninus's name, would you angrily spell out each letter? And if they get upset, would you get upset back? Instead, wouldn't you calmly go through each letter? In the same way, remember that every task is made up of smaller steps. You need to follow these steps without getting flustered and without getting irritated at those who are irritated with you, and steadily complete what's in front of you. How unfair it is to stop people from pursuing what seems right and beneficial to them. And yet, in a way, you deny them this very thing when you get angry at their mistakes. After all, they are simply drawn to what they believe is right and beneficial for them. But they're wrong. Well then, teach them and show them the way without getting angry. Death is a release from the burden of physical sensations, from the puppet strings of our impulses, from the maze of our thoughts, and from the endless demands of the flesh. It's shameful to let your spirit give up while your body still has fight left in it. Be careful not to get caught up in the trappings of power or become corrupted. It happens easily. Stay true to yourself. Be straightforward, good, genuine, dignified, unpretentious, a friend to justice, respectful of the divine, kind, loving, and energetic in doing what needs to be done. Work hard to remain the person that philosophy shaped you to be. Honor the gods and help humanity. Life is short. The only worthwhile achievement in our earthly existence is maintaining pure intentions and serving others. In everything, be like Antoninus. His unwavering commitment to rational action, his consistent demeanor, his reverence, his serene expression, his gentleness, his humility, and his eagerness to understand things deeply. He never rushed to conclusions without first carefully examining and clearly understanding the situation. He bore criticism without responding in kind, never acted hastily, and refused to entertain malicious gossip. He was a careful observer of character and actions, not judgmental, not easily frightened, not suspicious, not pretentious. He lived simply, satisfied with basic shelter, furniture, clothes, food, and service. He was hard-working and patient, able to stay focused on one task until evening, thanks to his modest diet that kept his body's needs regular. His friendships were steady and consistent. He welcomed those who openly disagreed with his views and was happy to be shown a better way. Though religious, he avoided superstition. May your final hour find you with a clear conscience, just as it did him. Wake up and reclaim yourself. And when you become fully conscious again, realizing that it was just disturbing dreams, look at the present moment with the same clear eyes you used to view those dreams. I am made up of a body and a soul. To my body, everything is indifferent. It's not even capable of making distinctions. To my mind, anything that isn't its own activity is indifferent. Whatever activities belong to the mind are completely under its control. Even then, it only concerns itself with the present moment. Future and past activities of the mind are also indifferent. Pain isn't unnatural for a hand or foot as long as the foot does what feet are meant to do, and the hand does what hands are meant to do. Similarly, pain isn't unnatural for humans as long as we're doing what humans are meant to do. And if something isn't unnatural for us, it can't be bad for us either. Think about the intense pleasures experienced by thieves, criminals, those who harm their parents, and tyrants. Have you noticed how skilled craftsmen will adapt somewhat to work with regular folks, yet they still firmly stick to the principles of their craft and won't compromise on those fundamentals? Isn't it strange that architects and doctors would show more respect for the principles of their profession than humans do for their own nature, the very thing that connects us to the divine? Asia and Europe are just corners of the universe. Every ocean is just a drop in the universe. Mount Athos is just a tiny clump of earth in the universe. All of present time is just a moment in eternity. Everything is small, changing and vanishing. Everything flows from that one source, emerging either directly from the universal guiding force or as a natural consequence of it. Even a lion's open jaws poison, and all harmful things are like thorns or mud. They're just byproducts of those things we consider noble and beautiful. So don't imagine these things as foreign to what you revere, but consider them as coming from the same source of everything. When you observe what's happening right now, you've seen everything that has ever happened since the beginning of time, and everything that will happen into infinity, because all things share the same origin and follow the same patterns. Take time to reflect on how everything in the universe is deeply connected and related to each other. In a way, all things are woven together in an intricate web, and because of this interconnection, they exist in harmony with one another. Each thing naturally follows another in a continuous flow of energy and shared purpose, unified in their fundamental essence. Love the life you've been given and the people you share it with, but love them genuinely and sincerely. When a tool, instrument, or any equipment does what it was designed to do, it works well, even though its maker is no longer present. But in things held together by nature, the creative force remains active within them. This is all the more reason to respect this force and believe that if you live and act according to its purpose, everything will flow as intended. And so it is with the universe. Everything within it flows according to its purpose. When you decide that something outside your control is good or bad, if you then fail to get what you want or get what you don't want, you'll end up blaming the gods and resenting people who you think caused or might cause your failure or misfortune. We actually create a lot of problems for ourselves because we get so worked up about these things. But if we judge only things within our control as good or bad, we'll have no reason to blame any god or fight against any person as an enemy. We all work together toward a single end result, some knowingly and with awareness, others unconsciously. Just as Heraclitus says that even those who are sleeping are workers and contributors to what happens in the world. Each person contributes in their own unique way, and interestingly enough, even those who complain, resist, or try to undo what's happening are still contributing, because the world needs that kind of person too. So now, think carefully about which group you want to be part of. The one who manages everything will definitely put you to good use and accept you as one of the contributors and collaborators. But make sure you don't become like that worthless and ridiculous line in the play that Chrysippus mentions. Does the sun try to do the work of the rain? Does Asclepius try to do the work of the fruit-bearer? And what about each of the stars? Though they are different, don't they all work together toward the same goal? If the gods made decisions about me and what should happen to me, they made good decisions. After all, it's hard to even imagine a god being unwise. Why would they want to harm me? What would they, or the universe, which they care about most, gain from that? And if they haven't made specific decisions about me personally, they've certainly made decisions about the bigger picture. And whatever happens to me as a result of those decisions, I should welcome and embrace. But let's say they don't make decisions about anything, though it wouldn't be right to believe this. If we did, we shouldn't make offerings or pray or take oaths or do any of the other things we do regularly as if the gods were present and living among us. But even if they don't make decisions about our affairs, I'm still free to make decisions about myself, and I can think about what's best for me. What's best for each person aligns with their own makeup and nature, and my nature is rational and social. As Antoninus, Rome is my city and homeland. As a human being, the world is. So only what benefits these two cities can be good for me. Whatever happens to each individual ultimately benefits the whole. This alone would be enough to remember. But if you pay attention, you'll generally notice that what benefits one person also tends to benefit others, though nowadays we should understand benefit in a broader, more universal sense. Just as you get tired of seeing the same things over and over at the amphitheater and similar venues, where the repetitive shows become boring to watch, the same thing happens with life in general. Everything cycles up and down, always the same patterns from the same sources. So how long will this go on? Think about all the different kinds of people who have died throughout history, people from every profession and every nation. This reflection can lead you all the way back to Philistion, Phoebus, and Originian. Now consider all the other groups of people. We must all follow the same path as those brilliant orators and noble philosophers like Heraclitus, Pythagoras, and Socrates, as well as all those heroes of old and the later generals and rulers. Think, too, of Eudoxus, Hipparchus, and Archimedes, and all those other sharp minds, proud, hard-working, clever, and stubborn people, including those who mocked the brief and fragile nature of human life, like Menipus and others like him. Consider how all of these people have long since passed away. But what harm has death done to them? And what about those whose names aren't even remembered? Here's what truly matters: to live with truth and justice, showing kindness even to those who are dishonest and unjust. When you want to lift your spirits, think about the positive qualities of the people around you, like how one person is energetic, another is thoughtful, another is generous, and so on. Nothing brings more joy than seeing these glimpses of virtue shine through in the character of those we live with, especially when we notice many of these qualities coming together. That's why we should always keep these thoughts close at hand. Are you frustrated that you weigh only a certain number of pounds and not 300? Then apply that same thinking to your lifespan. You've been given a certain number of years to live, not more. Just as you're content with the portion of material wealth assigned to you, be satisfied with your allotted time as well. Try to persuade them, but act even without their approval when justice demands it. However, if someone forcefully resists, stay positive and peaceful, using the obstacle as an opportunity to practice a different virtue. Remember that you began with flexibility in mind and never aimed for the impossible. What did you aim for? Simply to make the attempt. In this you've succeeded. What brought us here has come to pass. The glory seeker mistakes other people's achievements for their own success, while the pleasure seeker chases fleeting feelings. But the wise person finds true value in their own thoughtful actions. You have the power to choose not to make assumptions about things, sparing yourself from mental disturbance. After all, external circumstances don't inherently have the ability to shape our judgments. Train yourself to listen fully to what others are saying, letting go of distractions and, as much as possible, stepping into their mindset. What harms the hive also harms the bee. If sailors criticized how I steered the ship, or if patients complained about my medical treatment, would I focus on anything other than doing what's best to keep those aboard safe and help those under my care get healthy? Think about how many people who entered this world alongside you have already departed. To someone with jaundice, honey tastes bitter. To a person bitten by a rabid dog, water is terrifying. And to a child, a small ball is the most wonderful thing ever. So why do I get angry at people with different views? Do you really think their wrong opinions are any less powerful than the bile affecting the jaundiced person, or the venom affecting the person with rabies? No one can stop you from living in harmony with your true nature, and nothing will happen to you that goes against the laws of the universe. Look at the type of people they want to impress, and what achievements and actions they use to do it. How quickly time will cover everything up, just as it has already covered so much. Book 7. What is evil? It's something you've seen many times before. And for everything that happens, keep in mind that you've seen this too, time and time again. Look up and down through history, and you'll find the same patterns repeating. They fill the ancient histories, the middle periods, and recent times. They fill our cities and homes today. There's nothing new under the sun. Everything is familiar and fleeting. How else can beliefs be put to rest except by extinguishing the thoughts that sustain them? You have the power to rekindle these thoughts at any time. I can choose how to think about any situation, and if I can do that, why should I be troubled? Things outside my mind have absolutely no influence over my mind. Learn this truth and you'll find your balance. You can start fresh at any moment. Just look at things again as you did before. That's what it means to begin anew. Look at all the empty spectacles people chase after. Theatrical performances, herds of sheep and cattle, mock battles, a bone tossed to puppies, fish feeding in ponds, ants laboring and carrying loads, panicked flies darting about, puppets dancing on strings. In the face of all this, we should remain calm and gracious rather than arrogant, while recognizing that each person's worth matches exactly what they choose to value and pursue. You should carefully follow both what people say and what they do, paying close attention to their intentions. When observing others, immediately notice what goal they're working toward, and when listening to them, be mindful of what they really mean. Is my mind up to this task or not? If it is capable, I'll use it for the work as a tool given by the universal nature. If it's not up to the task, I'll either step aside and let someone more qualified handle it, unless that would be inappropriate, or I'll do what I can while collaborating with someone who, guided by my judgment, can help accomplish what's timely and useful for society right now. Whatever I do, whether by myself or with others, should have just one aim: to serve the common good and harmony. Even those who were once celebrated with many hymns have now been given over to forgetfulness, and those who sang their praises long ago have vanished. Don't be ashamed to accept help. Your job is to accomplish your mission, like a soldier defending the walls. So what if you can't climb up to the battlements alone because you're limping? With someone's help, you can still get up there. Don't let future worries stress you out. When the time comes, you'll face them with the same wisdom you're using to handle today's challenges. Everything is woven together in a sacred bond, and nothing is truly separate from anything else. All things are arranged together and work in harmony to create one unified world. There is one cosmos made of everything, one divine force flowing through all things, one fundamental essence, and one universal law. All intelligent beings share a common understanding, and there is one truth, just as there is one state of perfection for all beings of the same kind who participate in the same universal reason. Everything material dissolves quickly back into the essence of all things. Every cause is swiftly absorbed into the universal reason, and every memory rapidly becomes buried in the vastness of time. For a rational being, acting according to nature and acting according to reason are one and the same thing. Upright without being set upright. Just as the parts of the body work together in unity, rational beings are designed to cooperate with each other, even when separated. You'll understand this better if you frequently remind yourself, I am a member of the community of rational beings. But if you only say you're a part of it using the letter R, you haven't yet learned to love people from your heart. Doing good won't bring you genuine joy yet. You're just doing what seems proper rather than treating it as doing good for yourself. Let whatever happens come as it may to those who can be affected by such events. Those who are affected can complain about it if they want to, but as for me, unless I decide that what happened is bad, I haven't been harmed at all, and it's completely up to me whether I make that decision or not. No matter what others may do or say, I must remain true to my good nature. Just as if an emerald, gold, or purple dye were to say, whatever anyone does or says, I must remain an emerald and keep my natural color. Your mind's ruling faculty doesn't create its own problems. What I mean is, it doesn't frighten itself into desires. If someone else tries to scare or hurt it, let them try. Your mind won't turn itself toward such disturbances through its own beliefs. Let the body worry about any harm that might come to it, if it can, and let it speak up if it's suffering. As for that anxious little soul that feels fear and pain and makes assumptions about these things, it won't actually suffer at all, because you won't lead it to make such judgments. The ruling faculty in itself has no needs unless it creates them for itself. In the same way, it remains peaceful and free from obstacles unless it disturbs and blocks itself. True happiness comes from having a good spirit or good inner guidance. So why are you here, unwanted thought? Please leave, I beg you, just as you came. I don't need you. You've shown up out of old habit. I'm not angry with you, just go away. Are you afraid of change? But what can happen without change? What could be more natural or more essential to the universe's design? Can you even take a bath if the firewood doesn't transform? Can you eat if your food doesn't change form? Can anything useful be accomplished without change? Don't you see that your own transformation is just as natural and just as necessary to the universe's plan? All physical things flow through the universal substance like a rushing river, naturally unified and working together with the whole, just as our body parts work together. Think how many Chrysippus's, how many Socrates's, how many Epictetus's time has already swallowed up. Let this same thought come to mind whenever you think of any person or thing. Only one thing causes me concern, that I might do something that goes against human nature, either by doing what it doesn't want, how it doesn't want it done, or when it doesn't want it done. Soon you'll forget everything, and soon everyone will forget you. It's a uniquely human quality to show love even to those who stumble. This becomes easier when you remember that they are your fellow humans, that they make mistakes out of ignorance and unintentionally, that both of you will soon be gone, and, most importantly, that they haven't truly harmed you. For they haven't made your inner self any worse than it was before. Universal nature works with all existence like an artist with wax, first shaping a little horse, then melting it down to form a little tree, using that same material. Then perhaps it becomes a tiny human, then something else entirely. Each of these forms exists only briefly. Just as a box isn't harmed by being taken apart, there's nothing troubling about being transformed into something new. When anger shows on your face too often, it becomes deeply unnatural. Either the expression becomes a permanent mask, or it eventually fades away completely, making it impossible to bring back. Try to notice when this happens, since it goes against reason. After all, if we lose our awareness of when we're making mistakes, what's the point of living? The thing you see will soon be transformed by nature, the force that governs all things. From their essence, nature will create new forms, and from those new forms, still more, keeping the universe forever fresh and new. When someone wrongs you, immediately consider what belief about good or bad led them to make that mistake. Once you see this, you'll feel compassion for them. You won't be surprised or angry. After all, either you still hold the same belief about what's good as they do, or something similar to it, in which case you should forgive them. And if you no longer see such things as good or bad, it'll be even easier to stay kind toward someone who's lost their way. Don't focus on what's missing as if you already had it. Instead, count your blessings among what you have right now, and remind yourself how much you would have wanted these very things if you didn't have them. At the same time, be careful not to grow so attached to appreciating these things that you start overvaluing them, to the point where you'd be upset if they were gone. Turn inward and center yourself. It's in our nature as rational beings to find contentment through doing what's right, finding inner peace in that very act. Let go of your imagined troubles. Stop letting yourself be pulled around like a puppet. Focus fully on the present moment. Recognize clearly what is happening, whether to you or to others. Analyze and break down each situation into its cause and its physical elements. Think about your final hour. When others make mistakes, leave those errors where they occurred. Don't carry them with you. Let your mind fully absorb what's being said. Let your thoughts sink deep into both what's happening and what's creating it. Live your life with simplicity, self-respect, and a calm acceptance of whatever lies between virtue and vice. Love humanity deeply. Follow the divine path. Some say that everything is just convention and only the elements are real. But it's enough to remember that very few things operate by natural law. Most things are indeed matters of human convention. On death, either it's a scattering if we're made of atoms, or if we're unified beings, it's either extinction or transformation. On pain, if it's unbearable, it won't last long. If it lasts long, it's bearable. Your mind can maintain its own peace by stepping back, and your inner self hasn't been damaged. As for the parts that are hurting, let them speak up about the pain if they can. On the pursuit of fame, look at people's mindsets, what they run away from and what they chase after. Just like sand dunes pile up one after another, burying the earlier ones. That's how quickly in life the present buries what came before. When a mind is filled with noble thoughts and can contemplate all of time and all of existence, don't you think such a person would find human life rather small in comparison? Impossible not to, he said. And wouldn't someone like that not view death as anything to fear? Not at all. It's noble to do good deeds while enduring criticism. It's strange that we let our faces be controlled and shaped by our thoughts, allowing our mind to tell us how to compose and style our appearance. Yet we don't give that same care and attention to shaping and refining our mind itself. It's pointless to get angry at things. They really don't care either way. May you bring joy to both the immortal gods and us. Life is harvested like ripe grain. Some stalks stand while others fall. Even if the gods have neglected me and my child, there must be a reason for this too. For what is good and just stands with me. Don't join in the grieving or get worked up about things. I would respond to such a person with this reasonable argument. My friend, you're mistaken if you think someone of any worth should worry about the risk of living or dying. Instead, they should focus on just one thing when they act, whether what they're doing is right or wrong, whether it's the action of a good person or a bad one. Here's the truth, people of Athens. When someone chooses their position because they believe it's right, or when a leader assigns them that position, they should stay there and face whatever comes, in my view, without worrying about death or anything else compared to dishonor. My dear friend, consider this. Perhaps there's more to true nobility and goodness than just staying alive and keeping others alive. Maybe a person of genuine character shouldn't obsess over living as long as possible. Instead, they should leave that concern to the divine and trust what the women say, that no one can escape their destiny. The real question becomes, during whatever time we have left, how can we live our lives in the best possible way? Take time to observe the dance of stars across the sky and reflect on how the basic elements of nature continuously transform into one another. These contemplations have a way of cleansing our minds from the dirt of earthbound living. Plato made a beautiful observation. When discussing human affairs, we should view earthly matters as if looking down from above. Herds of people, armies on the march, farmers at work, marriages and divorces, births and deaths, the clamor of courtrooms, deserted lands, diverse foreign nations, festivals and funerals, bustling marketplaces, all of life's contrasts coming together to create a harmonious whole. Look back at history and notice how many empires have risen and fallen. You can also glimpse the future this way, since everything that's coming will follow the same patterns. Nothing can break free from the rhythm of what's happening now. That's why studying human life for 40 years gives you the same insight as studying it for 10,000 years. What more could you possibly see? Things born from earth return to earth, while those that spring from celestial origins rise again to the heavenly realm. This is either the untangling of atomic bonds, or a similar scattering of impassive elements. With food and drink and magic spells, they try to divert the flow of fate to escape death. But when the winds of destiny blow from the gods, we must endure our hardships without complaint. You may be more mystically inclined, but that doesn't make you more sociable, more considerate, more disciplined in dealing with life's challenges, or more understanding of others' shortcomings. Whenever we can act in harmony with the universal reason that connects both gods and humans, there's nothing to fear. After all, when we can achieve good results through smooth and natural actions that align with our design, there's no harm to worry about. At every moment and in every situation, you have the power to embrace what happens with reverence, to treat the people around you with fairness, and to thoughtfully examine your current perceptions so nothing unclear slips by unnoticed. Don't waste time looking at how others lead their lives. Instead, focus directly on where nature guides you, both through what happens to you and through what you need to do. Each being must act according to its design. Everything else was created for the benefit of rational beings, just as in all things the lesser exists for the greater, and rational beings were created for each other. The primary feature in human design is our social nature, and the second is our ability to resist physical temptations. It's characteristic of rational and intellectual movement to set its own boundaries and never submit to sensory or emotional impulses. Both of these are animal-like, while the intellectual aspect naturally wants to take the lead and not be dominated by them. This is right, since it's designed to make use of all other aspects. The third feature in our rational design is freedom from hasty judgments and deception. So let your guiding principle stick to these straight paths, and it will possess what belongs to it. Live as if you've already died and your past life is complete. From now on, use whatever time remains to live in harmony with nature. Love only what happens to you and is woven into your destiny. What could be more fitting than that? When something difficult happens, think about all those people who faced similar situations in the past, how they got upset, felt shocked, and complained about it. Where are they now? Nowhere to be found. So why would you want to follow their example? Instead of getting caught up in how others react and change, why not focus your energy on handling these situations well yourself? You'll deal with things effectively if you just stay focused and commit to being your best self in everything you do. And always remember these two things. What you're doing matters, and how you do it makes all the difference. Dig deep within yourself. That's where you'll find the wellspring of goodness, always ready to flow if you just keep digging. Your body should stay composed and steady, not scattered in movement or posture. Just as your mind helps keep your face collected and dignified, you should aim for the same control over your entire body. All of this should be maintained naturally, without any forced effort. Life is more like wrestling than dancing. You need to stay ready and steady for whatever comes at you, even the moves you didn't see coming. Take a moment to reflect on the people whose approval you seek and examine what drives their judgments. Once you understand the source of their beliefs and motivations, you'll stop blaming those who make unintentional mistakes, and you won't need their validation anymore. Every soul, he says, is unwillingly deprived of truth. And the same goes for justice, self-control, kindness, and all such virtues. It's absolutely essential to keep this constantly in mind. You'll find yourself becoming gentler with everyone. When facing any hardship, keep this thought handy. There's nothing shameful about it, and it doesn't make your guiding mind worse. It doesn't damage your mind's ability to reason or to connect with others. For most difficulties, let Epicurus's wisdom help you. Pain is neither unbearable nor endless, if you remember its limits and don't add extra worries to it. Also remember that many things that cause pain often go unnoticed when we're used to them, like feeling sleepy, dealing with heat, or losing your appetite. So when any of these bothers you, remind yourself that you're just giving in to pain. Be careful not to treat inhumane people the same way they treat others. Don't sink to their level. How do we know if Pelagius wasn't actually more spiritually advanced than Socrates? After all, it's not enough that Socrates died more famously, debated more cleverly with the sophists, showed more endurance spending nights in the cold, seemed more noble in refusing to arrest the man from Salamis, and strutted proudly through the streets, though this last point especially deserves scrutiny, if it's even true. What really matters is examining what kind of soul Socrates had, and whether he could be content simply being fair in his dealings with people and reverent toward the gods, neither getting pointlessly angry at wrongdoing, nor being enslaved by anyone's ignorance, neither accepting what comes from the universe as if it were foreign nor enduring it as if it were unbearable, and not letting his mind become too sympathetic to his body's suffering. Nature has given us the amazing ability to define our own boundaries and take charge of our lives. In fact, it's entirely possible for someone to reach incredible spiritual heights without anyone even noticing. Always remember this, and remember something else too. Living a happy life doesn't require much. So even if you've given up on becoming a master of logic or natural science, don't let that stop you from being free-spirited, respectful, caring towards others, and faithful to the divine. Live freely and joyfully, even if everyone criticizes whatever they want, even if wild animals tear apart the flesh of this body you've been given. After all, what's stopping your mind from staying peaceful through all of this? From seeing things as they truly are and making the best use of whatever life presents? Let your judgment say to each situation, "This is what you really are," even if others see you differently. And let your response to each moment be, "You're exactly what I was looking for." Because every present moment is an opportunity to practice wisdom and civic virtue, the complete art of being human or divine. Everything that happens fits perfectly into the experience of either humans or gods. Nothing is truly new or difficult to handle. It's all familiar and workable. A perfect character lives each day as if it were their last, without rushing anxiously, becoming numb, or putting on a false face. The gods, being immortal, don't get frustrated, even though they must forever put up with so many flawed humans throughout endless time. In fact, they even care for humans in countless ways. Yet you, who will soon cease to exist, are already giving up. And you're one of those flawed humans yourself? It's ridiculous to avoid dealing with our own flaws, which we can actually fix, while trying to escape those of others, which is impossible. When our reason and social sense discover something that is neither rational nor contributing to the common good, they naturally consider it beneath their dignity. When you've done something good and someone has benefited from it, why look for anything more? Only fools seek recognition for their good deeds, or expect something in return. No one gets tired of being helpful, since helping others is a natural action. So don't get worn out when you're being helpful, especially while you're helping others. Nature initially set out to create an ordered universe. Now everything that happens either follows a natural sequence, or even the most important events toward which the universe's guiding force directs its energy happen without reason. Keeping this in mind will bring you much peace. Book 8. Here's something that can help free you from vanity. You can no longer claim to have lived your whole life, or at least your youth, as a philosopher. You know, and many others know too, that you've fallen short of philosophy. So you're in a complicated situation. It's no longer easy to earn a reputation as a philosopher, especially given your current circumstances. So if you've truly seen where the truth lies, forget about what others might think of you. Be content if you can spend whatever time you have left living according to your true nature. Focus on understanding what your nature wants, and don't let anything else distract you. You've wandered through so many things, searching but never finding the good life. Not in logical arguments, not in wealth, not in fame, not in pleasure, nowhere. So where is it found? In doing what human nature requires. How can you do this? By holding principles that guide your choices and actions. What principles? Those about good and evil, understanding that nothing is truly good for a person unless it makes them just, self-controlled, courageous, and free, and nothing is truly bad unless it creates the opposite of these qualities. Before every action, ask yourself, how do I feel about this? Will I regret it later? Life is short. Soon I'll be gone and everything will fade away. So what more could I want if my present action is that of a thoughtful being connected to others and in harmony with the divine order? What do Alexander, Gaius, and Pompey amount to when compared to Diogenes, Heraclitus, and Socrates? The latter group truly grasped the nature of things. They understood root causes, basic elements, and what guides the human mind. But the former? They were preoccupied with politics and bound by countless obligations. They'll keep doing exactly the same things, even if you burst with frustration. First, don't get worked up. Everything follows the natural order of the universe, and in a short while you'll be gone without a trace, just like Hadrian and Augustus. Next, take a good look at the situation in front of you, and remember that your duty is to be a good person. Consider what human nature requires of you, then do exactly that without hesitation. Say what seems most right to you. Just make sure you do it with kindness, humility, and complete sincerity. Nature has one essential task: to take what exists here and transform it there, to change things, to take from one place and carry to another. Everything is in constant transition, but there's no need to fear anything new. It's all familiar. Even the portions are distributed fairly. Every nature is content when it follows its true path. For a rational nature, That path means not accepting false or uncertain impressions, directing all actions toward serving others, channeling desires and aversions only toward things within our control, and embracing whatever universal nature assigns to us. After all, we are part of it, just as a leaf is part of a tree. The difference is that a leaf is part of an unconscious, irrational nature that can be hindered, while human nature is part of an unhindered, intelligent, and just nature that gives everyone their fair share of time, substance, cause, action, and circumstance. But don't just look for perfect equality between individual things. Instead, consider whether the total sum of one person's portion equals the whole of another's. Even if you can't pursue higher learning, you can still resist arrogance. You can rise above pleasures and pains. You can see past the need for fame and recognition. You can choose not to get angry with those who are insensitive and ungrateful. You can even care for them. Stop complaining about life at court, not to others, and not even to yourself. Regret is when we criticize ourselves for having missed something valuable. Now, anything valuable must be good, and a person of true virtue should care about what's good. But no truly virtuous person would ever regret missing out on some fleeting pleasure. Therefore, pleasure is neither valuable nor good. When you encounter anything, ask yourself, what is this thing in its most basic nature? What are its essential qualities and physical properties? What causes it to be this way? What purpose does it serve in the world? And how long will it last? When you find yourself struggling to get out of bed in the morning, remember this. It's part of your natural design and fundamental human nature to contribute meaningfully to society. While sleeping is something we share with animals, whatever aligns with each creature's nature is what feels most natural, suitable, and ultimately most satisfying to them. Constantly and in every situation possible, strive to understand things through natural science, human nature, and logical reasoning. When you meet someone, immediately ask yourself, what beliefs does this person hold about good and evil? Because if they have certain views about pleasure and pain, about what causes each of them, about reputation and disgrace, about death and life, if these are their core beliefs, then I shouldn't be surprised or find it strange when they act in certain ways. I'll remember that they're simply acting according to what they believe they must do. Remember, just as it would be silly to be surprised that a fig tree produces figs, it's equally silly to be shocked by what naturally happens in the world. Similarly, a doctor isn't surprised when a patient has a fever, and a ship's captain isn't shocked when the winds blow against them. Remember that it's equally liberating to change your mind and to follow someone who guides you to a better way. After all, your actions flow from your own motivation, judgment, and understanding. If something is within your control, why aren't you doing it? And if it's not in your control, who are you blaming? The atoms or the gods? Both options are foolish. Don't blame anyone. If you can fix it, do so. If you can't fix it, then fix the situation itself. And if you can't even do that, what's the point of complaining? We shouldn't do anything without purpose. Nothing that dies falls outside of the universe. If it stays here, it changes here and dissolves into its basic elements, which are part of the universe and yours too. These elements themselves also change, and they don't complain about it. Everything in nature has its purpose. The horse, the grapevine, everything. Why are you surprised? Even the sun would say, I was created for a specific task, as would all the other gods. So what about you? Were you created just for pleasure? Think carefully, if that makes any sense. Nature cares just as much about how things end as how they begin and unfold, like when someone tosses a ball in the air. But what good does it do the ball to rise, or what harm to fall and hit the ground? What benefit does a bubble get from staying intact, or what damage from bursting? The same goes for a lamp's flame. Turn it over and see what it truly is. Watch what happens when it ages, when it gets sick, when it decays. Life is short, both for those who give praise and those who receive it, for those who remember and those who are remembered. And even here, in this tiny corner of the world, not everyone agrees with each other. We can't even stay consistent with ourselves. The whole earth is just a mere dot in space. Pay attention to what's actually happening in the situation. Whether it's a belief, an action, or what something means. You're getting exactly what you deserve. You'd rather become a good person tomorrow than be one today. Am I taking action? Yes. I act with the well-being of humanity in mind. Does something happen to me? I accept it, remembering the divine source and the universal fountain from which all events flow together as one. Think about what a bath is really like. Oil, sweat, dirt, greasy water, all pretty gross. Well, that's exactly what every aspect of life and everything we experience is like. Lucilla mourned Verus, then Lucilla herself was mourned. Secunda mourned Maximus, then Secunda was mourned. Epitintianus mourned Diotimus, then Epitintianus was mourned. Antoninus mourned Faustina, then Antoninus was mourned. It's always the same story. Celer mourned Hadrian, then Celer was mourned. And what about those clever ones, those who claimed to see the future, or were full of themselves, like the sharp-minded ones? Charax, Demetrius the Platonist, Eudaimon, and others like them. Everything is fleeting. They've all been dead for ages. Some were forgotten almost immediately, others became mere legends, and some have even faded from legend entirely. Remember this, your time will come too. Either your body will break apart, or your last breath will fade away, or your spirit will move on and find its place somewhere else. True happiness comes from doing what humans are meant to do, showing kindness to our fellow humans, rising above our physical urges, carefully examining our assumptions, and understanding both the nature of the universe and everything that happens within it. There are three key relationships in life. First, with the vessel that contains us. Second, with the divine cause from which all things flow. And third, with those who share our journey through life. Pain affects either the body or the soul. If it's physical, let the body deal with it. If it affects the soul, remember that the soul can maintain its own clarity and calm by choosing not to view the pain as evil. After all, our judgments, impulses, desires, and aversions all come from within. Nothing external can truly reach that inner space. Keep clearing your mind by telling yourself, right now I have the power to remove any negativity, desire, or confusion from my thoughts. Instead, I can see things exactly as they are and respond to each situation appropriately. Remember, this natural ability is always within your control. Whether speaking in the Senate or to any person, communicate with grace and moderation, not over-elaborately, and use clear, healthy reasoning. Consider Augustus's court, his wife, daughter, grandchildren, ancestors, sister, Agrippa, relatives, household members, friends, Arius, Maecenas, physicians and priests, the entire court now dead. Then look at other dynasties, not just the death of one person like the Pompeys. Think about that common inscription on tombs, last of their line. Consider how desperately those who came before struggled to leave behind an heir, yet inevitably someone must be the last. Here again we see the death of an entire family line. Life should be composed as a single unified action, and if each part gives its best possible contribution, that's enough. No one can prevent a part from giving its best. But what about external obstacles, you might ask? Well, nothing can stop you from acting with justice, self-control, and wisdom. Some other activities might get blocked, but by accepting the obstacle gracefully and smoothly shifting to what's available, you immediately find another action that fits perfectly into life's overall composition we're talking about. Accept without pride, let go without attachment. Have you ever seen a severed hand, foot, or head lying somewhere apart from its body? That's exactly what someone does to themselves when they reject what happens to them or cut themselves off from others by acting selfishly. It's like you've thrown yourself away from your natural connection to the whole, because you were born to be part of it, but now you've cut yourself off. Here's the beautiful part, though. You have the ability to reunite yourself. God hasn't given this gift to any other separated part. No other severed piece can rejoin itself. Just think about the incredible kindness shown to humans. Not only did God give us the power to stay connected to the whole in the first place, but even after we disconnect, we can return, grow back together, and reclaim our place as a vital part of the whole. Just as nature has given each rational being various abilities according to what rational creatures need, we've also received this special power from nature itself. Think about how nature takes everything that stands in its way or resists it, then transforms it to fit into the grand scheme of things, making it part of itself. In the same way, a rational being can turn any obstacle into material for its own growth and use it to achieve whatever goal it originally set out to accomplish. Don't let the big picture of life overwhelm you, and don't get caught up imagining all the potential hardships that might come your way. Instead, focus on each present moment and ask yourself, what's really so unbearable about this current situation? You'll probably feel embarrassed to admit there isn't much. Then remind yourself that neither the future nor the past is weighing you down. It's always just the present moment, and even that becomes smaller when you put boundaries around it and challenge your mind to prove why it can't handle this one simple thing. Is Panthea or Pergamos now sitting beside Verus's tomb? What about Chabrias or Diotimus at Hadrian's? How absurd! And even if they were sitting there, would the dead be aware of it? And if they were aware, would it bring them any joy? And even if it did bring them joy, would that make these mourners immortal? Wasn't it destined that these people too would first grow old, then die? So what would those dead ones do after these mourners also died? It's all just decay and gore in a sack. If you can see clearly, use your judgment, they say, alongside the wisest. I don't see a virtue in our rational nature that opposes justice, but I do see self-control when it comes to pleasure. If you remove your opinion about what seems to be causing you pain, you yourself stand in complete safety. Who is this you? Reason. But I am not reason. Fine. Then let reason not trouble itself, and if anything else is wrong with you, let it form its own opinion about itself. Any hindrance to our senses is harmful to our living nature. Similarly, any obstacle to our natural impulses is harmful to our living nature. And there are other things that can block and harm our physical makeup. In the same way, anything that blocks our mind harms our thinking nature. Now, apply all of this to yourself. When pain or pleasure touches you, your senses will handle it. When you encounter an obstacle to your desires, if you are pursuing them without flexibility, then that's harmful to you as a rational being. But if you consider the bigger picture, you haven't been harmed or blocked at all. As for what truly belongs to the mind, no one else can block it. Fire can't touch it, nor can steel, nor a tyrant, nor insults, nor anything else when it becomes perfectly rounded and unified. I do not deserve to make myself unhappy. After all, I have never willingly caused unhappiness to anyone else. Different things bring joy to different people, but what makes me happy is having a healthy mind that doesn't turn away from anyone or anything that happens in life. Instead, it looks at everything with kind eyes, accepting each situation and dealing with it according to its true value. Look at this moment. Make it count. It's yours to embrace. Those who chase after future fame don't realize that the people of tomorrow will be just like the ones who irritate them today, and they'll be just as mortal. Besides, what difference does it really make to you what those future people might say about you or what opinions they might hold? Take me and place me wherever you want, for even there I'll have my inner spirit content, that is, satisfied if it can express and act according to its true nature. Is anything really worth making my soul suffer and diminish itself, becoming small, grasping, entangled, and startled? What could you possibly find that's worth all that? Nothing can happen to a person that isn't a natural part of being human, just like nothing happens to a cow that isn't natural for cows, or to a vine that isn't typical for vines, or to a stone that isn't characteristic of stones. So if what happens to everything is normal and natural, why get upset? After all, the universal nature hasn't given you anything you can't handle. If something external is causing you distress, it's not really the thing itself that's bothering you. It's your judgment about it. And you have the power to change that judgment at any time. If you're troubled by something in your own mindset, who's stopping you from correcting that belief? Similarly, if you're upset because you're not taking an action that seems right to you, why not just take that action instead of being upset? But there's something stronger standing in my way, you might say. Well, in that case, don't worry about it. If you can't act, it's not your fault. But life isn't worth living if I can't do this. Then leave life with grace, just as someone who achieves their goals would die, at peace with whatever stands in your way. Remember this: your mind becomes unconquerable when it turns inward and finds contentment within itself, refusing to do what it doesn't want to do, even if that resistance comes from pure stubbornness. Now imagine how much stronger it becomes when it makes decisions thoughtfully and rationally. This is why a mind free from emotional turmoil is like an unshakable fortress. There's nothing more secure that humans can rely on. Once you take refuge there, you become truly invincible. Anyone who hasn't discovered this truth remains ignorant, and those who have seen it but don't seek shelter there are unfortunate indeed. Don't tell yourself anything beyond what your initial impressions reveal. You hear that someone is speaking badly of you? That's all you know. You haven't been told that you're actually harmed. I see that my child is sick. That's what I see. But I don't see that they're in danger. So always stick to these first impressions and don't add your own internal commentary, and nothing will trouble you. Or rather, do add commentary, but as someone who deeply understands everything that happens in the world. You encounter a bitter cucumber? Leave it be. Thorns in your path? Step around them. That's all you need to do. Don't make a big deal about it by asking, why do these things exist in the universe? A scientist would laugh at you just as a carpenter or shoemaker would chuckle if you complained about the wood shavings or leather scraps in their workshops. At least craftspeople have somewhere to dispose of their waste, while nature has no place outside itself to throw things. This is what makes nature's craftsmanship so remarkable. It contains everything within itself, transforming what appears to be decaying, aging, and useless back into itself. From these same materials it creates fresh new things, requiring neither external resources nor a place to discard what's worn out. Nature is perfectly content with its own space, its own materials, and its own creative processes. Don't rush through your actions, ramble in conversations, let your thoughts wander aimlessly, or let your spirit be either overwhelmed or overly excited. And don't let life's busyness consume you. People may kill, tear things apart, or curse you with their words. But how does any of this prevent your mind from staying pure, sensible, wise, and just? It's like someone standing by a clear, sweet spring shouting insults at it. Yet the spring keeps bubbling up with drinkable water. Even if they throw mud or garbage into it, it quickly disperses these things and washes them away, never becoming stained. So how can you maintain such an endless spring rather than a mere well? By guarding your freedom at every moment, while staying kind, straightforward, and respectful. If you don't understand what the cosmos is, you don't know where you are. If you don't understand its purpose, you don't know who you are or what the cosmos is. And if you miss either of these points, you can't even express your own purpose. So what do you think about someone who chases or runs from the praise of others who neither know where they are nor who they are? Do you really want praise from someone who curses themselves 3 times an hour? Do you want approval from someone who can't even approve of themselves? Can someone truly be at peace with themselves when they regret almost everything they do? Don't just breathe in harmony with the air around you. Start thinking in harmony with the universal intelligence that surrounds everything. After all, this intelligent force flows through and permeates everything just as completely for those ready to absorb it as air does for those ready to breathe it. Evil in general doesn't harm the universe, and specific instances of evil don't harm others. They only harm the person who has the power to free themselves from it, whenever they choose to do so. Just as another person's breath or flesh means nothing to my power of choice, their ability to make choices is equally irrelevant to me. Even though we were created to work together, each of our minds maintains its own authority. Otherwise, my neighbor's bad choices would become my own misfortune, something God didn't intend, so that my happiness wouldn't depend on someone else. The sun appears to pour forth its light, spreading everywhere, yet it doesn't dissipate. This spreading is actually a form of focused extension. That's why we call its beams rays, referring to how they stretch outward. To understand what a ray is like, watch sunlight entering a dark room through a narrow opening. It travels in a straight line and seems to brace itself against any solid object it meets, which blocks the air beyond. At this point, the light stops. It doesn't slide away or fall. This is exactly how our thoughts should spread and diffuse, not by scattering aimlessly, but through focused extension. When meeting obstacles, our thoughts shouldn't crash against them violently or forcefully, nor should they collapse. Instead, they should stand firm and illuminate whatever receives them. After all, anything that refuses to transmit light deprives itself of brightness. When you fear death, you're either afraid of losing all sensation or experiencing a different kind of sensation altogether. But think about it. If you no longer have any sensation, you won't feel anything bad either. And if you gain a different kind of sensation, you'll simply become a different kind of living being. You'll still be alive, just in a new way. People exist for each other, so either teach them or bear with them. An arrow and a mind travel in different ways, yet the mind, whether moving cautiously or circling around in contemplation, still moves straight ahead toward its target just the same. Learn to understand the guiding mind of others while allowing them to look into yours. Book 9. When someone acts unjustly, they act impiously. Universal nature has designed rational beings to help each other according to their worth, never to harm one another. Anyone who violates this intention clearly acts impiously against the most ancient of deities. Similarly, those who lie act impiously against this same deity, since universal nature is the nature of reality, and all real things are naturally connected to what exists. Moreover, this nature is called truth and is the primary cause of all truths. Therefore, someone who lies deliberately acts impiously by causing harm through deception. Even one who lies unintentionally acts impiously by being out of harmony with universal nature and disrupting cosmic order by fighting against the nature of the universe. Those who stray from truth are fighting against themselves, since they've ignored the basic principles nature gave them and can no longer distinguish truth from falsehood. Furthermore, those who chase pleasures as good things while avoiding difficulties as bad things act impiously. Such people inevitably end up criticizing universal nature for unfairly distributing things between good and bad people, since they often see bad people enjoying pleasures and acquiring what produces them, while good people encounter hardship and what causes it. Additionally, those who fear hardship will eventually fear something that must happen in the universe, and this is impious. Those pursuing pleasures won't refrain from wrongdoing, which is clearly impious. We should maintain an equal attitude toward things that universal nature treats equally, for it wouldn't create both if it didn't treat both equally. Those wishing to follow nature should, in agreement with it, maintain this same equal attitude. Therefore, anyone who doesn't maintain an equal attitude toward pain and pleasure, death and life, fame and obscurity, which universal nature treats equally, clearly acts impiously. When I say universal nature treats these equally, I mean they occur equally in the sequence of events, following an ancient impulse of providence. From some original starting point, it set out to arrange the current world order, having conceived certain principles of future things and established productive forces for bringing about substances, changes, and successions of this kind. It would be nobler to leave this world without ever having tasted dishonesty, pretense, self-indulgence, or vanity. But since that's not possible, the next best thing is to depart after having had your fill of these things. Or, have you chosen to cling to wickedness? Hasn't experience itself convinced you to flee from this plague? For corruption of the mind is far more of a plague than any imbalance or change in the air we breathe. The latter is a disease that affects creatures as living beings, but the former affects humans specifically in their humanity. Don't look down on death. Instead, welcome it as one of nature's essential processes. Just like youth and aging, growth and maturity, getting teeth, growing a beard, turning gray, planting seeds, pregnancy, and giving birth, and all the other natural activities that life's seasons bring, dissolution is just the same. For a thoughtful person, it makes sense not to face death with resistance, hostility, or arrogance, but to accept it as just another natural process. Just as you now wait for your child to emerge from your wife's womb, so should you await the moment when your soul will emerge from its current shell. But if you want a simple, heartfelt perspective that will help you face death more easily, consider the things and people you'll be leaving behind. While you shouldn't clash with them, indeed, you should care for them and treat them gently. Remember that you won't be departing from people who share your values. This alone might have held you back in life, if you could live among those who truly shared your principles. But as you can see, the strain of living with such different viewpoints is so great that you might say, "Come quickly, death, before I forget who I really am." When you harm others, you harm yourself. When you act unjustly toward others, you're being unjust to yourself. You're making yourself a worse person. Sometimes harm comes not only from what we do, but also from what we fail to do. All you need is this: a clear understanding of what's happening right now, an action that serves others in this moment, and an attitude of acceptance toward whatever comes your way from external causes. Learn to let go of troubling thoughts, control your impulses, calm your desires, and keep your mind centered within yourself. All non-rational creatures share a single living force, while rational beings share one intelligent consciousness. Just as all earthly things come from the same soil, we all see by the same light, and every living, seeing creature breathes the same air. Everything that shares a common nature is drawn toward its own kind. All earthly matter gravitates toward the earth, all liquid flows together, and all air molecules behave similarly. They need barriers and force to keep them apart. Fire rises upward because of its elemental nature, and every flame here readily joins with other flames, so much so that any material that's even slightly dry catches fire easily because it contains fewer elements that prevent ignition. Similarly, everything that shares in the universal intelligent nature is drawn toward its relatives even more strongly than physical elements. The higher its nature compared to other things, the more ready it is to blend and unite with what's similar to it. Just look at how even among non-rational creatures we find beehives, herds, bird families, and what we might call love affairs. These beings already had souls, and their unifying force was found to be stronger than what exists in plants, stones, or wood. Among rational beings, we see societies, friendships, households, communities, and even in wartime, treaties and truces. Among even higher beings, there exists a kind of unity despite physical separation, like we see with the stars. This shows how evolution toward higher forms can create harmony even between separate entities. But notice what's happening now. Only intelligent beings have forgotten their natural attraction and connection to each other, and only here do we not see that natural flowing together. Yet even as they tried to escape it, they're caught up in it. Nature prevails. You'll see what I mean if you observe carefully. You're more likely to find a piece of earth completely detached from all other earth than to find a human truly separated from all other humans. Everything in nature bears fruit. Humans, the divine, and the universe itself. Each produces its harvest in its proper season. Even though we typically use the word fruit for grapes and similar plants, that's just convention. More importantly, reason itself produces both universal and personal fruits, generating new ideas that mirror its own nature. If you can teach someone a better way, do so. If you can't, remember that kindness was given to you for exactly this purpose. The gods themselves show kindness to such people, and sometimes even actively help them, with health, wealth, and recognition. That's how generous they are. You can do the same. Or tell me, what's stopping you? Don't endure hardship like a victim seeking pity or admiration. Instead, have just one aim: to act or hold back as civic duty requires. Today I stepped out of every difficult situation. Or rather, I cast out every difficulty. For it wasn't outside of me at all, but inside, in my own thoughts and judgments. All these things are familiar through experience, fleeting in time and dirty in their material nature, just like everything we saw and those we've buried. Things stand outside our doors, existing independently, neither knowing anything about themselves nor expressing any opinions. So what forms opinions about them? Our mind does. For a rational and social being, good and evil aren't about what happens to us, but about what we do. It's the same with virtue and vice. They're defined by our actions, not by what we experience. When a stone is thrown upward, there's nothing bad about it falling back down, and nothing good about it rising up. Look deep inside their minds and you'll see what kind of judges you're really afraid of. And you'll notice how they even judge themselves. Everything is in a state of change. You yourself are going through constant transformation and gradual decay, and so is the entire universe. Leave another person's mistakes where they belong. When our activities end, when our drives cease, when our thoughts quiet down, it's like a small death. But there's nothing bad about that. Think about the different stages of life: childhood, adolescence, youth, old age. Each transition between these stages is also a kind of death. But is that anything to fear? Look back at your life, the time you spent with your grandfather, then with your mother, then with your father. Consider all the many changes, transitions, and endings you've experienced, and ask yourself, was any of that truly terrible? In the same way, the final conclusion, stopping point, and transformation of your entire life is nothing to fear either. Turn your attention to three vital things: your own mind, the universal mind, and the mind of others. Examine your own mind to shape it into one of justice. Consider the universal mind to remember what greater whole you're part of, and reflect on others' minds to determine whether their actions stem from ignorance or understanding, while recognizing that they too are your kin. Just as you are an essential part of a larger civic community, every action you take should contribute meaningfully to the life of that community. If any of your actions, whether directly or indirectly, isn't connected to promoting the common good, it fragments your life, prevents you from being whole, and creates discord. It's like someone in a democracy who separates themselves from the harmony of the whole by acting only for themselves. Children's tantrums and games are like spirits carrying corpses, a vivid scene reminiscent of the Nicaea. Look closely at what's causing something and examine its essential nature, setting aside the physical material. Then consider how long this specific quality tends to naturally persist. You've endured countless hardships simply because you weren't satisfied letting your inner voice guide you along its natural path. But that's enough now. When others criticize you, hate you, or speak badly about you, take a moment to look into their souls, really explore what's going on inside them, and see what kind of people they truly are. You'll realize there's no need to strain yourself worrying about what they think of you. Still, you should wish them well. They are naturally your friends, and even the gods help them in various ways, through dreams and prophecies, though only regarding the things these people actually care about. The same patterns of the cosmos keep cycling, up and down from age to age, and either the universal mind drives each individual event, in which case accept what it sets in motion, or it set things in motion just once, with everything else following as a natural consequence. So why get worked up? Either way, it's all essentially interconnected. Whether the universe is guided by divine purpose and all is well, or everything happens by chance, don't let yourself drift aimlessly, too. Soon enough, the earth will cover us all. Then the earth itself will change, and those changes will continue endlessly, and those further changes will go on forever, too. When you think about these waves of transformation and change, and how quickly everything mortal passes away, you can't help but see how insignificant it all is. The universe is like a rushing river, carrying everything along. Look how trivial these political affairs are, and these people who think they're being so philosophical. They're full of nonsense. My friend, what are you waiting for? Just do what nature asks of you right now. Take action if you have the chance, and don't look around wondering if anyone will notice. Don't wait for Plato's perfect republic. Be satisfied if you can make even the smallest progress, and remember that even such a tiny step forward is worth celebrating. After all, who can change their deep-seated beliefs? And without changing these beliefs, what's left but slavery, people groaning while pretending to obey? Go ahead. Talk to me about Alexander, Philip, and Demetrius of Phalerum. They'll show whether they understood what universal nature wanted, and if they truly educated themselves. If they were just putting on a show, no one has sentenced me to copy them. The work of philosophy is simple and modest. Don't drag me into pretentious showmanship. Look down from above and observe countless herds of creatures, endless rituals and ceremonies, all types of voyages through storms and calm seas, and the constant cycle of things coming into being, existing together, and passing away. Consider also the lives lived by others long ago, the lives that will be lived after you're gone, and the lives being lived right now in foreign lands. Think about how many people don't even know your name, how many will soon forget it, and how many who might praise you today will criticize you tomorrow. Neither memory nor fame nor anything else really matters in the grand scheme of things. Stay calm when dealing with things beyond your control, and act with fairness in matters that depend on you. In other words, let your actions and intentions naturally flow toward doing what benefits everyone, since this aligns with your true nature. You can remove many of the things that bother you. They exist only in your mind. Once you do this, you'll create plenty of mental space for yourself by embracing the entire universe in your thoughts, contemplating eternal time, and considering how quickly everything changes. Think about how brief the span is between birth and dissolution, how boundless the time before birth, and how equally infinite the time after dissolution. Everything you see will quickly fade away, and those who witness this decay will themselves soon fade away too. Even those who live to extreme old age will, in the end, share the same fate as those who die young. Look at what really drives people, their core values and what they're chasing after, what they love and respect. Try to see their inner selves stripped bare when they criticize you, thinking they're doing harm, or praise you, thinking they're helping. Notice how misguided that is. Loss is nothing more than transformation. This is what universal nature delights in. The way all things happen perfectly, hath happened in similar ways since ancient times, and will continue happening endlessly into the future. So why do you claim that everything has gone wrong, that everything will always go wrong, and that among all these divine forces none was ever found capable of setting things right? Why insist the world is condemned to endless suffering? Consider the true nature of what everything is made of. Water turns stagnant, dust accumulates, bones decay, and grease builds up. Or think about it another way. Marble is just processed earth. Gold and silver are merely sediments. Clothes are just animal hair, and purple dye comes from blood. And everything else follows this same pattern. Even our breath is just another substance like these, constantly transforming from one state to another. Enough of this miserable life, complaining and imitating others like monkeys. Why are you troubled? What's so new about any of this? What's throwing you off balance? Look at the cause directly. Is it the material world? Then look at that. There's nothing beyond these things. So finally become more honest and better in your relationship with the gods. Whether you observe these things for 100 years or just 3, it makes no difference. If they made a mistake, that's where the harm lies. But perhaps they didn't even make a mistake. Either everything flows from a single intelligent source and happens as if to one unified body, in which case no part should complain about what happens for the benefit of the whole. Or else everything is just atoms, chaos, and dispersion, so why get upset? Are you telling your inner self, you're dead, you're corrupted, you've become like an animal, you're putting on an act, you're just part of the herd, merely grazing? Either the gods are powerless or they have power. If they are powerless, why pray? But if they have power, why not pray instead for them to grant you freedom from fear of these things, freedom from wanting these things, and freedom from grief over these things, rather than praying for their presence or absence? Because surely, if the gods can help humans, they can help with these matters too. But perhaps you'll say, the gods put these things under my control. Well then, isn't it better to use what's under your control with freedom, rather than to obsess anxiously and submissively over what isn't? And who told you that the gods don't also help us with things under our control? Start praying about these matters and see what happens. One person prays, "How can I sleep with her?" You should pray, "How can I not desire to sleep with her?" Another prays, "How can I keep from losing that?" You should pray, "How can I not need it?" Another, "How can I not lose my child?" You should pray, "How can I not fear losing them?" Transform all your prayers this way and observe what happens. Epicurus says, "When I was sick, my conversations weren't about my physical ailments, nor did I discuss such matters with my visitors. Instead, I continued exploring the fundamental principles of nature, focusing particularly on how the mind, while experiencing these bodily sensations, can maintain its peace by safeguarding its own well-being. I didn't let doctors boss me around with their self-importance, acting as if they were doing something extraordinary. Life went on beautifully and well. So follow his example when you're sick or facing any other challenging situation. Never abandon philosophy, no matter what circumstances arise, and don't waste time with idle chatter like those who lack understanding of nature's principles. This is a fundamental rule for all philosophical schools. Focus solely on what you're doing right now and the tool you're using to do it. When someone's rudeness bothers you, immediately ask yourself, can a world exist without rude people? It cannot. So don't ask for the impossible. This person is simply one of those rude individuals who must exist in the world. Keep this same thought ready when dealing with the deceitful, the untrustworthy, and anyone who makes mistakes. The moment you remind yourself that it's impossible for such people not to exist, you'll feel more generous toward each individual. It's also helpful to immediately consider what virtue nature has given humans to deal with each type of fault. Nature has provided gentleness as an antidote to unkindness, and other powers for other faults. In any case, you always have the option to teach those who have gone astray, because everyone who makes mistakes has missed their target and lost their way. Besides, how have you really been harmed? You'll find that none of these people who irritate you have done anything that could make your mind worse, and that's where all real harm and damage lies. What's so surprising or strange about an ignorant person acting ignorantly? Consider whether you should blame yourself more for not expecting this person would make this mistake. You had every reason to think they would likely act this way, yet you forgot and are now surprised they did. Especially when you complain about someone being untrustworthy or ungrateful. Look at yourself. The fault is clearly yours if you trusted someone of such character to keep their word, or if you gave a favor without closure, not understanding that the act itself should be its own reward. What more do you want after helping someone? Isn't it enough that you acted according to your nature? Do you need a reward for this? That's like an eye demanding payment for seeing, or feet for walking. Just as these body parts were made for a specific purpose and find fulfillment in performing their natural function, humans were made to help others. When we do something helpful or contribute to the common good, we're doing what we were designed for. and that's its own reward. Book 10. When will you finally become, dear soul, genuinely good, straightforward, unified, and authentic, more real than the body that surrounds you? When will you truly experience the state of loving kindness and deep affection? When will you be complete and self-sufficient, free from cravings, no longer desiring anything, whether living or lifeless, for the sake of pleasure? When will you stop wanting more time to enjoy these pleasures? When will you cease yearning for different places, countries, or perfect weather? When will you no longer seek perfect harmony with other people? Instead, won't you be content with your present situation, find joy in everything around you, and convince yourself that the gods have provided you with everything? That all is well and will continue to be well, exactly as they wish and intend to give for the well-being of the perfect living being. That which is good, just, beautiful, which creates all things, holds them together, embraces them, and gathers them when they dissolve, to create similar new forms. When will you become the kind of soul that can live in such harmony with both gods and humans that you neither complain about them nor give them reason to find fault with you? Observe what your natural self needs as if you were guided by nature alone. Then do exactly that. Embrace it, as long as it won't diminish your nature as a living being. Next, observe what you need as a living being and accept all of that too, as long as it won't diminish your nature as a rational being. And remember, to be rational is also to be social. Using these simple guidelines, don't overcomplicate things. Everything that happens either happens in a way you can handle or in a way you can't handle. If something happens that you can handle, don't get upset. Just deal with it as you know you can. If something happens that's beyond your ability to handle, don't get upset about that either. It will only wear you down. Just remember that you're capable of handling anything where your own perspective can make it bearable and acceptable, simply by seeing it as either beneficial or necessary for you to deal with. If someone makes a mistake, teach them kindly and show them what they've overlooked. If you can't do that, blame yourself. Or better yet, don't blame anyone at all. Whatever happens to you was prepared for you from the beginning of time. The interweaving of causes has been spinning together both your existence and this specific event since forever. Whether our world is made of atoms or governed by nature, I start with two basic truths. First, I am part of a larger whole that nature manages. And second, I share a special connection with other parts like myself. Keeping these truths in mind, since I'm just one part, I won't complain about anything the whole assigns to me, because nothing that benefits the whole can harm its parts. The whole contains nothing that doesn't serve its own interests. While this is true for all natural systems, the universe has an extra feature. No external force can make it create anything harmful to itself. So, remembering I'm part of such a whole, I'll welcome whatever comes my way. And since I'm connected to other similar parts, I won't do anything unsociable. Instead, I'll look out for my fellow parts, direct all my energy toward the common good, and steer clear of anything that works against it. When we live this way, life naturally flows smoothly, just like you'd imagine a citizen's life flowing smoothly when they act for their fellow citizens' benefit and embrace whatever their city assigns them. All parts of the whole that are naturally contained within the universe must inevitably break down, and by breakdown, I mean transform. If this transformation were truly harmful and unavoidable for these parts, the universe as a whole wouldn't function well, with its components constantly changing and being designed to deteriorate in various ways. Think about it. Would nature deliberately try to harm its own parts and make them vulnerable to damage and destined to suffer? Or did these things happen without nature noticing? Both scenarios seem unlikely. Even if someone tries to explain this by saying, "That's just how things naturally are," it's ridiculous to claim that parts of the whole are naturally meant to change while simultaneously being surprised or upset when something appears to happen against nature, especially since everything breaks down into the elements from which it was originally formed. This breakdown happens either through the scattering of basic elements that were originally combined, or through the transformation of solid matter into earth and spirit into air, so these elements can be reabsorbed into the universal plan, whether through periodic cycles of fire or through endless cycles of renewal. And don't imagine that your solid and spiritual parts are the same ones you were born with. All of that material came just yesterday or the day before from the food you ate and the air you breathed in. So what changes is what you've recently taken in, not what your mother gave birth to. And even if you think you're specially connected to those original elements, that's not really relevant to what we're discussing here. Give yourself these titles: good, modest, truthful, wise, harmonious, and elevated. Stay vigilant to keep these qualities, and if you ever lose them, quickly work to regain them. Remember that being wise means having careful discernment in all situations and staying focused. Being harmonious means willingly accepting what nature assigns us. Being elevated means raising your thinking above physical pleasures and pains, beyond concern for reputation, death, and similar things. If you can maintain these qualities without craving recognition from others for having them, you'll become transformed and enter a new way of life. Continuing to be who you've been until now, letting yourself be torn apart and corrupted by such a life, is the mark of someone who's both unaware and desperately clinging to life, like those half-eaten gladiators who, though covered in wounds and blood, still beg to be kept alive until tomorrow, only to face the same claws and bites again. So fully embrace these few qualities. If you can maintain them, stay with them as if you've moved to some blessed islands. But if you find yourself slipping and losing your grip, boldly retreat to a quiet corner where you can regain control, or simply leave life altogether, not in anger, but simply, freely, and modestly, having accomplished at least this one thing, departing in the right way. To help remember these qualities, it will greatly help to remember the gods and how they don't want flattery, but rather want all rational beings to become like them, just as the fig tree does what fig trees do. Dogs do what dogs do. Bees do what bees do. And humans should do what humans are meant to do. Mimicry, conflict, anxiety, numbness, and enslavement. Day after day, these sacred principles of yours are being erased, those that you imagine without understanding nature and carelessly dismiss. You should observe and act in such a way that both practical tasks are accomplished and theoretical understanding is activated, while maintaining the confidence that comes from knowledge of each thing, not hidden, but quietly present. When will you truly enjoy simplicity? When will you experience dignity? When will you achieve understanding of each thing, what it is in its essence, what place it holds in the universe, how long it naturally exists, what elements it's made of, who can possess it, and who has the power to give or take it away? A spider catches a fly and feels proud of itself, while someone else hunts a rabbit. Another catches small fish in a net. Another hunts wild boars, another bears, and yet another hunts Sarmatians. But when you examine their beliefs closely, aren't these people all just predators? Learn to observe how all things transform into one another. Develop a method to study this, pay constant attention to it, and train yourself in this practice. Nothing else will do more to elevate your mind. Strip away your physical self and realize that soon you'll have to leave all these things behind when departing from human life. Then commit yourself completely to justice in your own actions, and to accepting nature's way in everything else that happens. Don't worry about what others might say or think about you, or what they might do against you. Focus only on two things: doing what's right in this moment, and being grateful for what life gives you right now. Let go of all distractions and pursuits. Aim only to walk the straight path guided by natural law, and to follow the divine as it walks that same path. Why waste time with guesswork when you can simply look at what needs to be done? If you see the right path clearly, follow it with good will and without hesitation. If you're not sure, pause and seek advice from the best people you can find. If you encounter obstacles, Move forward thoughtfully using the resources at hand, always sticking to what seems right and fair. After all, following this approach is your best bet. Straying from it leads to failure. Someone who follows reason in everything moves with a perfect balance. They're both calm and agile, cheerful, yet steady. Ask yourself as soon as you wake up, does it really matter if others criticize what is right and good? No, it doesn't matter. Haven't you noticed how these people who get all worked up praising and criticizing others behave in their private lives? What they're like in bed? What they're like at the dinner table? Haven't you seen what they do, what they avoid, what they chase after, what they steal, what they grab, not with their hands and feet, but with the most precious part of themselves, the part capable of having integrity, dignity, truth, law, and inner wisdom? The wise and respectful person says to nature, which gives and takes all things, give what you wish, take what you wish. They say this not from defiance, but from pure obedience and goodwill toward nature. Life is short. Make the most of what remains. Live as if you were on a mountain retreat. It makes no difference where you are, as long as you live everywhere as a citizen of the world. Let people see and discover what an authentic person living in harmony with nature looks like. If they can't handle it, let them try to stop you. It's better than living any other way. Stop just talking about what makes a good person. Be one. Keep visualizing the entirety of time and existence as a whole, and realize that everything individual and specific is, compared to existence, merely a grain of sand, and compared to time, just a single turn of a drill. For each thing you encounter, imagine it already dissolving, changing, and breaking down, like something decaying or scattering into its elements. Everything naturally comes to an end in its own unique way, as if dying. Look at how people really are when they're eating, sleeping, having sex, or going to the bathroom, and then see how they act when they're showing off their power, strutting around proudly, getting angry, or scolding others from their high position. Just a little while ago they were serving so many masters, and for what reasons? And in a little while, they'll be right back in the same position again. Whatever nature brings to each of us is exactly what we need, and it benefits us most precisely when nature delivers it. The earth longs for rain, and the majestic sky longs too, and the universe yearns to create what is destined to happen. So I say to the universe, I share in your longing. Isn't this simply another way of saying, this is meant to be? You're either living here and are already used to it, or you're moving on and that's what you wanted, or you're dying and your work is done. Beyond these options, there's nothing else. So keep your spirits up. Always keep in mind that a countryside is just a countryside. Whether you're high up in the mountains, down by the seashore, or anywhere else you might go, everything is fundamentally the same. You'll find this perfectly matches what Plato said. Picture someone in the mountains, fencing in their land, and listening to the bleating of sheep. What is the true nature of my guiding inner self, and how am I shaping it right now? What am I using it for in this moment? Could it be empty of intelligence? Has it become disconnected and isolated from our shared humanity? Or has it perhaps become too attached and mixed up with my physical body, letting itself be swayed by bodily desires? Anyone who runs from their master is a fugitive, and the law is our master, so anyone who breaks the law is a fugitive. Similarly, when someone feels grief, anger, or fear, they're essentially refusing to accept what has happened, is happening, or will happen, all of which was ordained by the one who governs everything. This governor is the law itself, which distributes to each person what they deserve. Therefore, anyone who feels fear, grief, or anger is also a fugitive. A seed is released into the womb and then departs. From there, another force takes over, working to create and complete a baby. What an amazing transformation! Similarly, food passes through the throat, and then another force takes over, creating sensation, impulse, and ultimately life itself, along with strength and so many other qualities. We should contemplate these processes that happen behind the scenes, and observe this power at work, just as we observe the forces of gravity and upward motion. Not with our physical eyes, but with no less clarity. Keep in mind that everything happening now has happened before and will happen again. Picture all the similar dramas and scenes you know from your own experience or from studying history. For example, think about the entire court of Hadrian, the court of Antoninus, the court of Philip, Alexander, and Crassus. All these were essentially the same, just with different players. Picture everyone who is sad or dissatisfied as being like a squealing piglet being led to sacrifice, kicking and screaming. It's just the same as someone crying alone in bed in silence. Remember that we are bound by circumstances, but only rational beings have been given the choice to willingly accept what happens, while simply following along is unavoidable for everyone else. For each action you take, pause and ask yourself, would death really be so terrible if it meant losing this? When you catch someone making a mistake, immediately turn inward and consider what similar mistakes you make yourself. For instance, maybe you wrongly believe that money is the highest good, or pleasure, or a bit of fame, whatever fits the case. By reflecting on this, you'll quickly forget your anger, especially when you remember that they're acting under pressure. After all, what else can they do? If you can, help remove that pressure they're under. When you see Satyrion, picture him as a Socratic figure like Eutyches or Hymen. When you see Euphrates, imagine him as Eutychion or Sylvanus. Think of Alciphron as Tropiophorus, and when you see Severus, imagine him as Crito or Xenophon. When you look at yourself, picture one of the Caesars and find similar parallels for everyone else. Then let this thought strike you. Where are they now? Nowhere, or anywhere. By thinking this way, you'll consistently see how human affairs are like smoke, mere nothing, especially when you remember that once something changes, it will never exist again in infinite time. So why get worked up? Why isn't it enough to spend this brief moment of life in peace? What kind of material and subject are you trying to avoid? After all, what are all these things but exercises for reason that has carefully and scientifically observed life? So stay with it until you make these thoughts your own, just as a healthy stomach makes all food its own, just as a bright fire turns whatever you throw into it into flame and light. Let no one who speaks truthfully about you be able to say that you lack sincerity or goodness. Instead, let anyone who thinks such things about you be proven wrong. This is entirely in your control. After all, who can stop you from being good and sincere? Just make this decision. Choose not to go on living unless you become such a person. For reason itself doesn't allow you to exist any other way. What's the healthiest way to act or speak in any given situation? Whatever that may be, you're free to do or say it. Don't make excuses about being held back. You won't stop feeling frustrated until you realize this truth. Just as pleasure seekers find joy in indulgence, you can find satisfaction in making the most of whatever circumstances come your way, acting in harmony with human nature. You should view as enjoyable anything you can do that aligns with your true nature, and you can do this anywhere. Now, a cylinder can't always roll freely in its natural motion, just as water, fire, and other things governed by nature or instinct face many obstacles and barriers. But the mind and reason can navigate through any opposition, moving exactly as they're meant to and choose to. Keep this liberating thought in mind. Reason can flow through all obstacles like fire rising upward, like a stone falling downward, like a cylinder rolling down a slope. Don't seek anything beyond this. Other hindrances either affect only your physical body, which is basically lifeless, or they can't hurt you or cause any real harm unless you believe they can and your reason allows it. If this weren't true, anyone experiencing hardship would immediately become a bad person. In other crafted things, when something bad happens to them, they become worse off. But humans are different. If I may say so, we actually become better and more praiseworthy when we handle challenges well. Above all, remember this. Nothing that doesn't harm the community can harm a natural citizen, and nothing that doesn't harm the law can harm the community. These so-called misfortunes don't harm the law. Therefore, What doesn't harm the law can't harm either the community or its citizens. For someone deeply grounded in true principles, even the briefest reminder, a simple observation from daily life, can restore their peace of mind and freedom from fear. Like that famous line, "As the wind scatters leaves on the ground, so too are the generations of humanity." Your children are like little leaves, and so are those who praise you with seeming authority, celebrate your achievements, or conversely, those who criticize, quietly mock, or speak ill of you. Even those who will carry on your legacy after you're gone, they too are just leaves. All these things bloom in springtime, but then the wind blows them away, and the forest grows new leaves in their place. Everything is short-lived. That's the universal truth. Yet you chase after some things and run from others as if they'll last forever. Soon enough, you'll close your eyes for the last time, and then someone else will mourn the person who once carried you to your grave. A healthy eye should be ready to see everything that's visible, not saying, "I only want to see green things," which would be a sign of illness. Similarly, healthy hearing and smell should be ready to experience all sounds and scents. A healthy stomach should handle all nourishing foods just like a mill is designed to grind whatever is put into it. In the same way, a healthy mind should be ready for whatever life brings. The mind that says, "I just want my children to be safe," or "I need everyone to praise whatever I do," is like an eye that only wants to see green things, or teeth that only want to chew soft foods. No one is so fortunate that when they die, there won't be people standing by who welcome their misfortune. Even if someone was serious and wise, won't there eventually be someone thinking to themselves, "Finally, we can breathe freely now that this mentor is gone. True, he wasn't harsh with any of us, but I could tell he quietly disapproved of us." That's how it is with the wise person. But with ordinary people like us, there are so many more reasons why others can't wait to be rid of us. Think about this when you're dying. It will make it easier to leave, reasoning, "I'm departing from a life where even my companions, for whom I struggled so much, prayed and worried about, these very people want me to go, perhaps hoping for some relief from my absence. So why would anyone want to stay here longer?" But don't let this make you any less kind to them as you go. Keep true to your own nature. Remain friendly, caring, and gentle. Don't treat it like you're being torn away, but just as a peaceful death allows the soul to slip gently from the body, make your departure from these people the same way. Nature joined you with them and wove you together, but now it's undoing those bonds. I'm separating from them as if from loved ones, not being pulled back, but leaving freely, for this too is one of nature's ways. Make it a habit to ask yourself about everyone's actions. What's their deeper motivation here? But start with yourself. Examine your own motives first. Remember that what truly controls us is hidden within. That inner force is our real power of expression, our true life force, and, if we're being honest, our genuine humanity. Never get caught up imagining the outer vessel and these biological tools we're wrapped in. They're just like tools, similar to a carpenter's axe, only different because they're naturally attached to us. After all, these body parts are no more useful without the inner force that moves and controls them than a weaver's shuttle is without the weaver, or a pen without the writer, or reins without the driver. Book 11. The unique qualities of the rational soul. It observes itself, refines itself, and shapes itself as it wishes. It harvests its own fruits, while the fruits of plants and what animals produce are enjoyed by others. It achieves its purpose wherever life's journey ends, unlike in dancing or acting, where an interruption leaves the performance incomplete. Instead, at every point and wherever it may be interrupted, it makes its intended goal complete and self-sufficient, allowing it to say, "I have what belongs to me." Moreover, it explores the entire universe, the empty space around it, and its structure. It reaches into the infinity of time, embraces the cyclical renewal of all things, and understands that those who come after us will see nothing new, just as those before us saw nothing extraordinary. In a way, anyone who reaches 40 years of age, if they have any wisdom at all, has seen everything that has been and will be, given how history repeats itself. It's also natural for the rational soul to love its neighbors, to value truth and self-respect, and to put nothing above itself, which is also characteristic of universal law. Thus, there is no difference between right reason and the principle of justice. You'll lose your fascination with beautiful songs, dance performances, and athletic contests once you break them down into their basic parts. For music, analyze each individual note and ask yourself, does this single note really move me? You'll find it doesn't. For dance, apply the same method to each movement and pose. Do the same for athletic competitions. In fact, except for matters of true virtue and actions arising from virtue, remember to examine things by breaking them into their smallest components. By analyzing them this way, you'll see through their superficial appeal. Apply this same approach to life as a whole. Consider how noble a soul appears when it's ready to be released from the body, whether to be extinguished, scattered, or to continue existing. But this readiness should come from one's own thoughtful judgment, not from mere stubbornness like the Christians show, but from careful reasoning and dignity, in a way that could persuade others without any drama. Have I done something that benefits society? Then I have benefited myself. Keep this thought always at the ready, and never let it slip away. What's your life's work? To be good. And how can you achieve this successfully? Through careful study, both of the universal nature of things and of our own human nature. First, consider how tragedies were created to remind us of life's events and how naturally they occur. The things that move you emotionally on stage shouldn't upset you on life's greater stage. You can see that these things must play out this way, and even those who cry out, "O Citharon," must bear them. Some truly useful insights come from the dramatists, like this particularly good one. If the gods have neglected me and my children, there's a reason for this too. And again, don't rage against circumstances. And life is harvested like ripe grain. And many similar sayings. After tragedy came old comedy, with its educational frankness, using straightforward speech to give helpful reminders about avoiding vanity, something Diogenes also drew upon. After this came middle comedy, and finally new comedy. Consider what purpose it served, as it gradually drifted toward artistic imitation. While it's well known that these later forms also offered some useful lessons, think about what the overall aim of this kind of poetry and drama was really trying to achieve. How clear it becomes that no other life situation could be more perfectly suited for practicing philosophy than the one you find yourself in right now. When a branch is cut from its neighboring branch, it cannot help but be separated from the whole tree. Similarly, when someone cuts themselves off from another person, they fall away from the entire community. While it takes someone else to cut off a branch, people separate themselves from their neighbors through hatred and rejection, not realizing they've also cut themselves off from society as a whole. But here's the wonderful gift from Zeus, who established our community. We have the ability to reconnect with those closest to us and become part of the whole again. However, when this kind of separation happens repeatedly, it becomes harder to reunite and restore the relationship. Just as gardeners will tell you, a branch that grew together from the beginning, sharing the same life force, is quite different from one that's grafted back on after being cut off. Grow together in community, even if you don't share the same beliefs. Just as those who try to stand in your way when you're following right reason can't stop you from taking healthy action, don't let them knock you off balance in treating them with kindness. Keep your composure equally in both situations, not only in your steady judgment and actions, but also in your gentleness toward those who try to obstruct you or otherwise give you trouble. Getting angry at them is just as much a sign of weakness as abandoning your course of action and giving in out of fear. Both types are equally deserters, one who runs away in fear and one who becomes estranged from someone who is naturally their relative and friend. No art can truly surpass nature, since all arts actually imitate nature. And if this is true, then nature, being the most complete and all-encompassing force, certainly won't fall short of artistic ingenuity. Just as all arts create lesser things for the sake of achieving greater ones, nature does the same. This is where justice originates, and from justice, all other virtues emerge. After all, justice cannot be maintained if we either get caught up in trivial matters, or if we're too easily deceived, hasty, or prone to changing our positions. Things that worry you, whether attractive or repulsive, don't actually come to you. In a way, you're the one going to them. Let your judgment about them remain calm, and they'll stay peaceful too. Then you won't be seen either chasing after things or running away from them. The soul reaches its true form when it neither extends outward nor shrinks inward, neither expands nor contracts, but glows with the light by which it sees both the truth in all things and the truth within itself. Someone looks down on me? That's their choice. But I'll make sure that my words and actions give them no real reason to do so. Someone hates me? That's up to them. But I'll stay kind and well-intentioned toward everyone, including that person. I'm ready to gently point out what they've overlooked, not to criticize or show off how tolerant I am, but with genuine goodwill, like the great Phocion, if he wasn't just pretending. This is how we should be on the inside, and the gods should see in us someone who never gets angry or feels sorry for themselves. After all, what harm comes to you if you're doing what aligns with your true nature right now and accepting what the universal nature considers timely? You, a person dedicated to serving the common good in whatever way possible. While secretly looking down on each other, they try to win each other's approval, and though each wants to be superior, they end up bowing down to one another. How insincere and fake is the person who declares, "I've decided to be completely straightforward with you." What are you doing? There's no need to announce this. It will become apparent on its own. It should be written on your forehead. Your voice immediately reveals your true nature. It shows instantly in your eyes, just as lovers immediately recognize everything in each other's glances. A genuinely sincere and good person should be exactly like Grayson, so that anyone who meets them, whether they want to or not, can sense it right away. Pretending to be sincere is just deception. Nothing is more disgraceful than wolf-like friendship. Avoid this above all else. The good, sincere, and kind-hearted person carries these qualities in their eyes, and they cannot be hidden. The key to living your best life lies in your mind's ability to remain undisturbed by things that are neither good nor bad. You'll achieve this peace when you examine each situation both in detail and as part of the bigger picture, remembering that these things don't create our opinions about them. They don't come at us directly. Rather, they just exist quietly, and we're the ones who create judgments about them and write these views into our minds. We're free to not write these judgments at all, and even if we do, we can quickly erase them if we catch ourselves. Remember, this kind of focused attention only needs to last a short while, and then life will be over anyway. Besides, why should it be hard to view things this way? If something follows nature's way, welcome it and let it come easily to you. If it goes against nature, look for what aligns with your own nature and move toward that, even if it's not impressive to others. After all, everyone deserves understanding when they're seeking their own good. Consider where each thing came from, what raw materials it's made of, what it will change into, what it will become after that change, and know that it won't suffer any harm. First, consider my relationship with them. We were made for each other, and in another sense, I was meant to lead them like a ram leads the flock or a bull leads the herd. Start from this basic principle. If not atoms, then nature governs everything. And if that's true, then lesser things exist for greater ones, and all things are interconnected. Second, observe what they're really like at the dinner table, in bed, and elsewhere. Most importantly, notice what beliefs they're forced to hold and with what pride they hold them. Third, if they're acting rightly, there's no reason to be upset. If they're not acting rightly, it's clearly because they're doing so unwillingly and unknowingly. Every soul is unwillingly deprived of truth, just as it's deprived of treating others fairly. That's why people get upset when they're called unjust, ungrateful, greedy, or generally harmful to others. Fourth, remember that you make many mistakes yourself and are just like them. Even if you avoid certain mistakes, you still have the tendency to make them, avoiding them only because of fear, concern for reputation, or some similar weakness. Fifth, you can't even be sure if they are making mistakes. Many things happen for reasons we don't understand, and we need to learn a lot before we can make definitive judgments about others' actions. Sixth, when you're feeling particularly angry or frustrated, remember that human life is brief and soon will all be gone. Seventh, it's not their actions that bother us, those exist in their minds, but our judgments about them. Remove your judgment that something is terrible, and the anger disappears. How do you remove it? By realizing it's not shameful. If only shameful things were bad, you'd be guilty of many wrongs yourself and become a thief in all sorts of other things. Eighth, the anger and pain we feel about such things cause us more suffering than the actual things we're angry and hurt about. Ninth, kindness is invincible when it's genuine and not forced or fake. What can even the most insulting person do to you if you remain kind to them and, when the opportunity arises, gently correct them right at the moment they're trying to harm you? No, child. We're made for something else. I won't be harmed, but you're harming yourself, child. Show them clearly and comprehensively that this is how nature works. Even bees don't act this way, nor do any other naturally social creatures. Do this without sarcasm or reproach, but with genuine affection and without any bitterness in your soul. Not like a teacher in a classroom or to impress onlookers, but either when you're alone with them or with others present. Remember these 9 points as gifts from the Muses, and start being truly human while you're still alive. Be equally careful not to flatter them as you are not to get angry with them. Both are antisocial and lead to harm. In moments of anger, remember that strength isn't shown through rage, but through gentleness and kindness. These qualities are more human and therefore more powerful, showing real strength, vigor, and courage, not anger and complaints. The closer you are to emotional stability, the stronger you are. Just as grief shows weakness, so does anger. Both indicate injury and surrender. And if you wish, take a 10th gift from the leader of the Muses. Expecting bad people not to do wrong is madness. That's asking for the impossible. But to allow others to be wrong while demanding they not wrong you is both unreasonable and tyrannical. There are 4 key tendencies of the mind that you need to constantly watch out for and erase as soon as you catch them. For each one, tell yourself, this thought isn't necessary. This breaks down human connection. This isn't really coming from you. Because speaking words that don't truly come from within is one of the worst things you can do. The 4th tendency is something you should criticize yourself for, since it means the divine part of you is giving in and bowing down to your lower mortal nature, to your body and its rough or pleasant sensations. Your breath and all the fiery elements within you, although naturally inclined to rise upward, still remain here in your physical form, complying with the universal order. Similarly, all the earthly and liquid elements in you, though naturally drawn downward, have risen up and stand in a position that isn't their natural state. So you see, even the basic elements obey the universe's laws, staying where they're placed until they receive the signal to dissolve. Isn't it strange, then, that only your mind refuses to obey and resents its assigned place? Nothing forceful is demanded of it, only what aligns with its nature, yet it resists and moves in the opposite direction. When we move toward wrongdoing, excess, anger, grief, and fear, we're really just departing from our nature. And when our mind resists any circumstance, it's abandoning its proper place. After all, it was designed for reverence and respect for the divine just as much as for justice. These qualities are essential to social harmony and are even more fundamental than acts of justice themselves. Someone who doesn't maintain a single, consistent purpose in life cannot remain the same person throughout their life. But this statement isn't complete unless you also specify what kind of purpose it should be. Just as not everyone shares the same understanding of what's commonly considered good. Rather, we should focus on certain universal values. Similarly, our life's purpose should be centered on benefiting society and serving our community. When someone directs all their personal motivations toward this goal, their actions will become consistent, and in this way, they'll maintain their true identity throughout life. The mountain mouse and the house mouse, and the anxiety and fear that followed. Socrates called the opinions of the masses lamias, like the scary monsters parents used to frighten children. During festivals, the Lacedaemonians would set up shaded seating for their foreign guests, while they themselves would sit wherever they happened to find a spot. When Perdiccas asked why Socrates wouldn't visit him, Socrates replied, "So that I don't meet the worst possible fate, that is, receiving kindness that I am unable to repay in kind." In the writings of the Epicureans there was a key teaching, to constantly keep in mind the example of someone from the past who lived with virtue. The Pythagoreans teach us to gaze at the sky each morning so we might be reminded of those celestial bodies that forever complete their work in the same unchanging way, and of their order, their purity, and their nakedness, for no star wears a veil. Picture Socrates wearing just a rough blanket around his waist after Xanthippe took his cloak and went outside. His friends, embarrassed by seeing him dressed this way, started to leave, but you should have heard what Socrates said to them then. In both writing and reading, you won't lead until you've first learned to follow. This principle applies even more strongly to life itself. By birth you are a slave. You have no seat at reason's table. My heart laughed with delight. They criticize virtue with harsh and bitter words. Looking for figs in winter is madness, just like seeking a child when that time has passed. Epictetus used to say that when kissing your child, you should whisper to yourself, "Tomorrow they might die." People say, "That's such a negative thought." "No," he replied, "it's not negative at all. It simply describes a natural process, just like saying that wheat will be harvested. Think of how a grape transforms, from unripe to ripe to raisin. These changes don't lead to nothingness, but simply to what doesn't exist right now. As Epictetus says, no one can rob you of your power to choose. We need to develop a skill for knowing when to give our assent to things, and in matters of motivation, we must maintain careful attention, making sure our impulses are conditional, considerate of others, and proportionate. As for desires, we should completely avoid them, and we shouldn't try to avoid anything that isn't under our control. This isn't just some trivial matter we're dealing with, he said, but rather a question of sanity versus madness. Socrates used to ask, "What kind of minds do you want to have? Rational ones or irrational ones?" "Rational ones," they would answer. "What kind of rational minds? Healthy or corrupt ones?" "Healthy ones," they'd say. "So why aren't you actively pursuing that?" "Because we already have them." "Then why are you fighting and arguing with each other?" Book 12. Everything you periodically wish for, you can already have right now, if you stop holding yourself back. Here's how. Let go of the past, trust the future to Providence, and focus only on the present moment by pursuing what is right and just. Pursue what is right by embracing whatever life gives you, because nature brought this to you and you to it. Practice justice by speaking truth freely and directly, and by acting according to what is lawful and deserved. Don't let yourself be hindered by others' wrongdoing, by opinions, by what people say, or even by the sensations of your physical body. The affected part will handle itself. So when you reach your final moments, if you can let everything else go and honor only your guiding principle and the divine within you, if you fear not the end of life, but rather the failure to begin living according to nature, then you will become worthy of the universe that created you. You'll no longer feel like a stranger in your own home, or be surprised by everyday events, or depend anxiously on this thing or that. God sees all guiding principles stripped bare of their material vessels, outer shells, and impurities. Through his own intelligence alone, he connects with what flows from himself into these principles. If you train yourself to do the same, you'll free yourself from many distractions. After all, someone who looks beyond the physical flesh, who sees past clothing, houses, reputation, and all such superficial trappings and drama, will find true peace of mind. You are made up of three components: a body, breath, and mind. The first two belong to you only to the extent that you must take care of them, but the third alone is truly yours. If you can separate from yourself, that is, from your thoughts, everything that others do or say, everything you've done or said yourself, everything that worries you about the future, everything that comes unbidden from your physical body or life breath, and everything that swirls around you in the external current of life, so that your intellectual capacity, freed from destiny's ties and pure in its own right, can live independently, doing what's right, accepting what happens, and speaking the truth. If you can, I say, separate from your governing self all that clings to it through attachment, and all that time creates, whether future or past, and make yourself like Empedocles. Sphere well-rounded, rejoicing in its perfect stillness, and focus only on living what you're actually living, which is the present moment. Then you'll be able to spend your remaining time until death in peace, kindness, and harmony with your inner spirit. I've often wondered why everyone loves themselves more than anyone else, yet values other people's opinions of them more than their own judgment. Just imagine if a god or wise teacher commanded you to never think or contemplate anything without immediately speaking it aloud. You wouldn't last even a single day. This really shows how we're more concerned about what others might think of us than what we think of ourselves. How is it that the gods, who arranged everything so beautifully and with such care for humanity, overlooked just one thing: that some truly good people, who formed the closest connection with the divine, who spent their lives performing sacred duties and religious ceremonies, should, once they die, never exist again, but be completely extinguished? But even if this is how things are, you can be certain that if it needed to be different, they would have made it so. If it were right, it would have been possible, and if it were natural, nature would have brought it about. From the fact that things are not this way, if indeed they are not, let this convince you that they didn't need to be that way. You can see for yourself that in questioning this, you're really arguing about justice with God, and we wouldn't be having this conversation with the gods if they weren't supremely good and just. And if they are, they wouldn't have carelessly overlooked anything unjust or unreasonable in the ordering of the universe. Keep practicing even the things you think are hopeless. Just look at your left hand. While it's usually clumsy and inactive for most tasks due to lack of practice, it actually handles the reins more firmly than your right hand, simply because that's what it's trained to do. Think about the state you want to be found in when death comes, both in body and soul. Consider how brief life truly is, and how vast the endless expanse of time stretches both behind and ahead of us. Reflect on how fragile all physical matter really is. Strip away the surface layers and examine the root causes of things. Look at what truly drives our actions, what pain really is, what pleasure is, what death means, what fame amounts to. Ask yourself who is responsible for keeping you so busy. Realize that no one else can truly hold you back, and understand that everything comes down to how we choose to see it. When it comes to using philosophical principles, you should be like a mixed martial artist rather than a gladiator. The gladiator puts down his sword and then picks it up again, but the martial artist always has their hands ready. They just need to make a fist. Look at things by breaking them down into their physical nature, their cause, and their relationship to the bigger picture. What amazing power we have to do only what God would praise and to welcome everything that God gives us. This is living in harmony with nature. Don't blame the gods. They never make mistakes, whether deliberately or not. And don't blame people either. They never act wrongly except unintentionally. So there's really no one to blame at all. How silly and strange it is to be amazed by anything that happens in life. Either there is an unbreakable chain of destiny and order, or there is a benevolent divine providence, or there is pure chaos without direction. If it's an unbreakable necessity, why fight against it? If it's a providence that can be influenced through devotion, then make yourself worthy of divine help. And if it's directionless chaos, be grateful that in such turbulent waters you have within yourself a guiding mind. Even if the storm tosses you about, let it toss around your flesh, your breath, and everything else, but it cannot carry away your mind. Think about a lamp's light. It keeps shining brightly until the moment it goes out. So why would you let your inner truth, justice, and self-control fade away before their time? When someone gives the impression they've done wrong, how do I know for sure this is even a mistake? And even if they did make a mistake, they're already condemning themselves. It's like they're scratching their own face. Anyone who expects bad people not to make mistakes is like someone who expects fig trees not to produce sap, babies not to cry, horses not to neigh, and other inevitable things not to happen. What else can you expect from someone who has developed such habits? If you're really bothered by it, work on changing their mindset. If it's not right, don't do it. If it's not true, don't say it. Let your impulse always be to look at the whole picture. Examine what exactly is creating that impression in your mind, and break it down by analyzing its cause, its physical nature, its broader context, and the time frame within which it must naturally come to an end. Have you ever noticed that there's something more powerful and divine within you than the forces that stir up your emotions and pull your strings like a puppet? Take a moment right now to check your thoughts. Are you experiencing fear, suspicion, desire, or anything else of that nature? First, never act randomly or without purpose. Second, let all your actions be guided by what benefits the community rather than anything else. Before long, you and everything you see around you now will disappear, along with everyone currently living. It's simply the natural order of things. Everything changes, transforms, and fades away to make room for what comes next. Everything depends on how you choose to see it, and that choice is completely yours. So whenever you want, you can change your perspective, and just like rounding a coastline to find calm waters, everything becomes peaceful and steady, like a sheltered bay without waves. When any single activity comes to its natural end at the right time, it experiences no harm simply because it is stopped. Similarly, the person who performed that activity suffers no harm just because it is ended. In the same way, when the collection of all our activities, which we call life, comes to its timely end, it experiences no harm simply because it is stopped. And the person whose life journey ends at the right time suffers no harm either. Nature itself determines the right time and limit, sometimes through our individual nature, as in old age, but always through the nature of the universe. As its parts continuously change, the universe as a whole stays forever fresh and vibrant. Everything that benefits the whole is inherently beautiful and well-timed. Therefore, the end of life isn't harmful to anyone. It can't be bad or shameful since it's not something we choose and it's part of nature's plan. In fact, it's beneficial because it serves and aligns with the universe's purpose at exactly the right time. Those who flow with nature's current are truly in harmony with the divine, their purpose aligned with the universe's direction. Keep these three principles ready at hand. First, in everything you do, ensure you're acting neither randomly nor in any way that justice herself wouldn't act. Second, remember that external events happen either by chance or by design, and there's no point in complaining about chance or finding fault with design. Third, consider how each thing develops from seed to animation, and from animation until it releases its soul, and what elements it's made of and what it dissolves into. The third principle: if you could suddenly rise high above and look down at humanity in all its complexity, you'd find it worthy of little concern once you saw how vast the realm of air and ether is around us. And no matter how often you rise up, you'll see the same things, the sameness of it all, the brevity of existence. That's what pride is built on. Cast out your assumptions and you'll find peace. So what's really stopping you from letting them go? When something upsets you, you've forgotten some important truths. That everything happens according to the natural order of things, that others' mistakes aren't yours to bear, and that what's happening now has always happened before, is happening everywhere, and will continue to happen. You've forgotten how deeply connected you are to all of humanity, not just through blood or birth, but through our shared consciousness. You've forgotten that everyone's mind is divine and flows from the same source. You've forgotten that nothing truly belongs to anyone. Even our children, our bodies, and our very souls come from that same source. You've forgotten that everything is just perception, and that we only live in the present moment, which we're constantly letting go of. Keep reflecting on those who became intensely angry about something, those who reached the heights of fame, tragedy, hostility, or any kind of fortune. Then ask yourself, where is all of that now? It's all smoke and ashes, just a story, or not even a story. Think of examples like these: Fabius Catullus at his country estate, Lucius Lupus in his gardens, Stertinius at Baiae, Tiberius at Capri, and Velleius Rufus. And how meaningless their passionate concerns were. How trivial all their striving was. How much wiser it is to simply be just, thoughtful, and humbly follow the gods with whatever circumstances you're given. After all, the most insufferable kind of pride is the one that masquerades as humility. To those who ask, how do you worship the gods when you've never seen them or gained direct proof of their existence? First, they are indeed visible to our eyes. But consider this: I've never seen my own soul either, yet I still honor it. Similarly with the gods, through repeatedly experiencing their power in my life, I both recognize their existence and treat them with reverence. The key to a fulfilling life is to look at each thing exactly as it is, both its physical nature and what causes it. Do what's right, and speak the truth with your whole heart. What else is there but to enjoy life by stacking one good moment on top of another, without letting even the smallest gap slip away? There is one sunlight even when divided by walls, mountains, and countless other barriers. There is one common substance, even when divided among countless individual bodies. There is one soul, even when divided among countless natures and individual forms. There is one intelligent soul, even though it may seem to be divided. Now the other parts of what I mentioned, like breaths and physical objects, are insensible and unrelated to each other. Yet even these are held together by a unifying force and the tendency to move in the same direction. But consciousness specifically reaches out to what is kindred, comes together with it, and the feeling of connection is not divided. What are you really longing for? To breathe, to feel sensations, to have desires, to grow, to eventually decline, to use your voice, to think? Which of these things seems truly worth craving? If each of these turns out to be trivial, then move forward to what matters most, following reason and following the divine. Yet it's contradictory to value these basic functions while being distressed that death will someday take them away. Consider how tiny your slice of infinite, boundless time really is. It vanishes in an instant into eternity. Think about your small portion of all matter, your fragment of the universal soul, and this tiny spot of earth where you exist. Reflecting on all this, don't get caught up in grandiose thoughts. Instead, focus on two simple things: doing what your nature guides you to do, and accepting what universal nature brings your way. How does your mind guide itself? This is what truly matters. Everything else is either within our control or beyond it, lifeless and smoke. Even those who believe pleasure is good and pain is bad have shown contempt for death. That's one of the most powerful reasons to overcome our fear of dying. For someone who sees only the right moment as good, who views doing more right actions as equal to doing fewer, and who finds no difference between contemplating the universe for a longer or shorter time, for such a person death holds no fear. My friend, you've been a citizen of this great city, so what difference does it make if you lived here for 5 years or 3? Everyone gets their fair share according to the laws. Why be upset if it's not some tyrant or unjust judge sending you away from the city, but rather nature itself, the same nature that brought you here? It's just like when a theater director releases an actor from the stage. But I haven't performed all 5 acts, only 3, you might say. Well said. But in life, 3 acts can make a complete play. The one who first brought everything together, and now brings it to an end, decides when it's complete. You're not responsible for either beginning or end. So leave with a peaceful heart, just as the one releasing you is peaceful too. We hope you have enjoyed this audiobook and found it insightful. Thank you for listening. The names of the narrators and contributors in this production are fictional and have been created for this recording.